Part 1, Chapter 10C of The Adventures of Jimmie Dale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Part 1, The Man in the Case. Chapter 10C, The Alibi concluded. A single sheet, closely written on both sides of the paper, was in his hand. It was her writing. There was no mistaking that. But every word, every line, bore evidence of frantic haste. Even that customary formula, "Dear philanthropic crook," that had prefaced every line she had ever written him before, had been omitted. His eyes traversed the first few lines with that strange indifference that had settled upon him. What, after all, did it matter what it was? He could do nothing, not even save himself probably. And then, with a little start, he read the lines over again, muttering snatches from them. Mark's District, diamonds, the Ross Logan stones, wedding, sliding panel in wall of workshop, end of the room near window, 10 boards to the right from side wall, press small knot in the wood in the center of the 10th board. Tonight. It brought a sudden thrill of excitement to Jimmie Dale that, impossible as he would have believed it an instant ago, for the moment overshadowed the realization of his own peril. A robbery such as that, if it were ever accomplished, would stir the country from end to end. It would set New York by the ears. It would lose the police in full cry like a pack of bloodhounds with their leashes slipped. The society columns of the newspapers had been busy for months, featuring the coming marriage of the Ross Logan's daughter to one of the country's young merchant princes. The combined fortunes of the two families would make the young couple the richest in America. The prospective groom's wedding gift was to be a diamond necklace of perfectly matched large stones that would eclipse anything of the kind in the country. Europe, the foreign markets, had been literally combed and ransacked to supply the gems. The stones had arrived in New York the day before, the duty on them alone amounting to over $50,000. All this had appeared in the papers. Jimmie Dale's brows drew together in a frown. On just exactly what percentage the duty was figured, he did not know, but it was high enough on the basis of $50,000 to assume safely that the assessed value of the stones was not less than 4 times that amount. $200,000 laid down, $250,000. Well, why not? In more than 1/4 diamonds were ranked as the soundest kind of an investment. Furthermore, through personal acquaintance with the high contracting parties who were in his own set, he knew it to be true. He shrugged the shoulders. The papers too had thrown the limelight on Mark's District, who, though for quite a time the fashion in the social world, had up to the present been comparatively unknown to the average New Yorker. His own knowledge of Mark's District went deeper than the superficial biography furnished by the newspapers. The old Hollander had done more than one piece of exquisite jewelry work for him. The old fellow was a character that beggared description, eccentric to the point of extravagance, and deaf as a post, but in craftsmanship a modern Cellini. He employed no workmen, lived alone over his shop on one of the lower streets between 5th and 6th Avenues near Washington Square, and possessed a splendid contempt for such protective contrivances as safes and vaults. If his prospective patrons expostulated on this score before entrusting him with their valuables, they were at liberty to take their work elsewhere. It was Mark Dextrix who honored you by accepting the commission, not you who honored Max Dextrix by entrusting him with it. Of what use is it to me, a safe, he would exclaim. It hides nothing. It only says, I am inside, do not look further. Come and get me. Yes, it is to explode with the nitroglycerin. Poof! And I am deaf, and I hear nothing. It is a foolishness that he had a habit of prodding at one with a leveled forefinger. Every night somewhere they are robbed. And have I been robbed? Eh? Tell me that. Have I been robbed? It was true. In 10 years, though at times having stones and precious metal aggregating large amounts deposited with him by his customers, Max Dextrix had never lost so much as the gold filings. There was a queer smile on Jimmie Dale's lips now. The knot in the 10th board was significant. Max Dextrix was scrupulously honest, a genius in originality and conception of design, a master in the perfection and delicacy of his finished work. He had been commissioned to design and set the Ross Logan necklace. The brain works quickly. All this and more had flashed almost instantaneously through Jimmie Dale's mind. His eyes fell to the letter again, and he read on. Halfway through, a sudden whiteness blanched his face, and following it, a surging tide of red that mounted to his temples. It dazed him. It seemed to rob him for the moment of the power of coherent thought. He was wrong. He had not read aright. It was incredible, daredevil beyond belief, and yet in its very audacity lay success. He finished the letter, read it once more, and his fingers mechanically began to tear it into little shreds. His brain was in a whirl, a vortex of conflicting emotions. Had Whitey Mack and Lanigan left Bristol Bob's yet? Where were they now? Was there time for this? He was staring at the little torn scraps of paper in his hand. He thrust them suddenly into his pocket and jacked out his watch. It was nearly midnight. The broad, muscular shoulders seemed to square back curiously, the jaws to clamp a little, the face to harden and grow cold until it was like stone. With a swift movement, he emptied his glass into the cuspidor, set the glass back on the table, and stepped out from the stall. His destination was Max Dextrix. The Palace Saloon was near the upper end of the Bowery, and failing a taxicab, of which none was in sight, his quickest method was to walk, and he started briskly forward. It was not far, and it was barely 10 minutes from the time he had left the Palace Saloon when he swung through Washington Square to 5th Avenue, and a moment later turned from that thoroughfare, heading west toward 6th Avenue, along one of those streets which, with the city's northward trend, had quite lost any distinctive identity, and from being once a modestly fashionable residential section, had now become a conglomerate potpourri of small tradesmen's stores, shops, and apartments of the poorer class. He knew Maxday streets. He could well have done without the aid of the arc lamp, which, even if dimly, indicated that low, almost tumble-down two-story structure, tucked away between the taller buildings on either side that almost engulfed it. It was late. The street was quiet. The shops and stores had long since been closed. Maxday streets among them, the old Hollander's name in painted white letters, stood out against the background of a darkened workshop window. In the story above, the lights too were out. Maxday Street was probably fast asleep, and he was stone deaf. A glance up and down the street, and Jimmie Dale was standing, or rather, leaning against Maxday Street's door. There was no one to see, and if there were, what was there to attract attention to a man standing nonchalantly for a moment in a doorway? It was only for a moment. Those master fingers of Jimmie Dale were working surely, swiftly, silently. A little steel instrument that was never out of his possession was in the lock and out again. The door opened, closed. He drew the black silk mask from his pocket and slipped it over his face. Immediately in front of him, the stairs led upward. Immediately to his right was the door into the shop. The modest street entrance was common to both. The door into the workshop was not locked. He opened it, stepped inside, and closed it quietly behind him. The place was in blackness. He stood for a moment silent, straining his ears to catch the slightest sound, reconstructing the plan of his surroundings in his mind as he remembered it. It was a narrow oblong room, running the entire depth of the building. A very long room, blank walls on either side, a window in the middle of the rear wall that gave on a backyard, and from the backyard there was access to the lane. Also, as he remembered the place, it was a riot of disorder, with workbenches and odds and ends strewn without system or reason in every direction. One had need of care to negotiate it in the dark. He took his flashlight from his pocket and, preliminary to a more intimate acquaintance with the interior, glanced out through the front window near which he stood, and with a suppressed cry shrank back instinctively against the wall. Two men were crossing the street, heading directly for the shop door. The arc lamp lighted up their faces. It was Inspector Lannigan of headquarters and Whitey Mack. The quick intake of Jimmie Dale's breath was sucked through clenched teeth. They were close on his heels then, far closer than he had imagined. It would take Whitey Mack scarcely any longer to open that front door than it had taken him. Close on his heels. His face was rigid. He could hear them now at the door. The flashlight in his hand winked down the length of the room. It was a dangerous thing to do, but it was still more dangerous to stumble into some object and make a noise. He darted forward, circuiting a workbench, a stool, a small hand forge. Again the flashlight gleamed. Against the side wall near the rear was another workbench, with a sort of coarse canvas curtain hanging partway down in front of it, evidently to protect such things as might be stored away beneath it from dust. And Jimmie Dale sprang for it, whipped back the canvas, and crawled underneath. He was not an instant too soon. As the canvas fell back into place, the shop door opened, closed, and the two men had stepped inside. Whitey Mack's voice, in a low whisper though it was, seemed to echo raucously through the shop. "Maybe we'll have a sweet wait, but I got the straight dope on this. He's going to make a try for Dutch's sparklers tonight. We'll let him go the limit, and we don't either of us make a move till he's pinched them, and then we get him with the goods on him. He can't get away. He hasn't a hope. There's only two ways of getting in here or getting out. This door and window here, and a window that's down there at the back. You guard this, and I'll take care of the other end. Savvy?" "Right," Lanigan answered grimly. "Go ahead." There was the sound of footsteps moving forward, then a vicious bump, the scraping of some object along the floor, and a muffled curse from Whitey Mack. "Use your flashlight," advised the inspector in a guarded voice. "I haven't got one, damn it," growled Whitey Mack. "It's all right. I'll get along." Again the steps, but more warily now, as though the man were cautiously feeling ahead of him for possible obstacles. Jimmie Dale for a moment held his breath. He could have reached out and touched the man as the other passed. Whitey Mack went on until he had taken up a position against the rear wall. Jimmie Dale heard him as he brushed against it. Then silence fell. He was between them now, stretched full length on the floor. Jimmie Dale raised the lower portion of the canvas away from in front of his face. He could see nothing. The place was in Stygian blackness, but it had been close and stifling, and at least it gave him more air. The minutes dragged by, each more interminable than the one that had gone before. Not a movement, not a sound, and then, through the stillness, very faint at first, came the regular repressed breathing of Whitey Mack, who was much the nearer of the two men, and once noticeable, almost imperceptible as it was, it seemed to pervade the room and fill it with a strange, ominous resonance that rose and fell until the blackness palpitated with it. Slowly, very slowly, Jimmie Dale's hand crept into his pocket and crept out again with his automatic. He lay motionless once more. Time in any concrete sense seemed to exist. Fancied shapes began to assume form in the darkness. By the door, Lanigan stared uneasily, shifting his position slightly. Was it hours? Was it only minutes? It seemed to ring through the nerve-wracking stillness like the shriek of a hurtling shell, and it was only a whisper. "Watch yourself, Lanigan," whispered Whitey Mack. "He's coming now through the yard. Don't move till I start something. Let him get his paws on the sparklers." Silence again, and then a low rasping at the window, like the gnawing of a rat. Then, inch by inch, the sash was lifted. There was a sound as of a body forcing its way over the sill cautiously. Then a step upon the floor inside. Another, and still another. The figure of a man loomed up suddenly against the glow of a flashlight as he threw the round white ray inquisitively here and there over the rear wall. And now he appeared to be counting the boards. 1, 2, 3, up to 10. His hand ran up and down the 10th board. Again and again he repeated the operation, and something like the snarl of a baited beast echoed through the room. He half turned to snatch at something in his pocket, and the light, for a moment, showed a black-bearded, lowering face, partially hidden by a peaked cap that was pulled far down over his eyes. There was a rip and tear of rending wood as a steel Jimmie, in lieu of the spring the man evidently could not find, bit in between the boards. A muttered oath of satisfaction, and a portion of the wall slid back, disclosing what looked like a metal-lined cupboard. He reached in, seized one of a dozen little boxes, and wrenched off the cover. A blue, scintillating gleam seemed to leap out to meet the white ray of the flashlight. The man chuckled hoarsely and began to cram the rest of the boxes into his pockets. Jimmie Dale stared. On hands and knees, he was creeping now from beneath the workbench. Something caught and tore behind him the canvas curtain, and at the sound, with a sharp cry, the man at the wall whirled, the light went out, and he sprang toward the window. Jimmie Dale gained his feet and leaped forward. A revolver shot cut a lane of fire through the blackness, and above the roar of the report, Whitey Mack's voice in a fierce yell. "It's all right, Lanigan. I got him." "No, hell!" There was a terrific crash of breaking glass. "He's got away." "Not yet, he hasn't," gritted Jimmie Dale between his teeth, and his clubbed revolver swung crashing to the head of a dark form in front of him. There was a half sigh, half moan. The form slid limply to the floor. Lanigan was floundering down the shop, leaping obstacles in a mad rush, his flashlight picking out the way. Jimmie Dale stepped swiftly backward, and his hand groped out for the drop light over the end of the bench that he had knocked against in his own rush. His fingers clutched it, and the lower end of the shop was flooded with light. Except for his felt hat that lay a little distance away, there was no sign of Whitey Mack. The huddled form of the man, who but a moment since had chuckled as he pocketed old Mack's district's gems, lay sprawled inert upon the floor, and Lanigan was staring into the muzzle of Jimmie Dale's automatic. "Drop that gun, Lanigan," said Jimmie Dale coolly, "and I'll trouble you not to make a noise. It might attract attention from the street. There's been too much already. Drop that gun." The revolver clattered from Lanigan's hand to the floor. A step forward, and Jimmie Dale's toe sent it spinning under a bench. Another step, and, his revolver still covering the other, he had whipped a pair of handcuffs from the officer's side pocket. Lanigan, as though the thought had never occurred to him, offered no resistance. He was staring in a dazed sort of way back and forth from Jimmie Dale to the man on the floor. "What's this mean?" he burst out suddenly. "Where's—" "Your wrist, please," requested Jimmie Dale pleasantly. "No, the left one." "Thank you," as the handcuff snapped shut. "Now go over there and sit down on the floor beside that fellow. Quick!" Jimmie Dale's voice rasped suddenly, imperatively. Still bewildered, but a little sullen now, Lanigan obeyed. Jimmie Dale stooped quickly and snapped the other link of the handcuff over the unconscious man's right wrist. Jimmie Dale smiled. "That's the approved way of taking your man, isn't it? Left wrist to the prisoner's right. He's only stunned. He'll be around in a moment." "Know him?" Lanigan shook his head. "Take a good look at him," invited Jimmie Dale. "You ought to know most of them in the business." Lanigan bent over a little closer, and then, with an amazed cry, his free hand shot forward and tore away the other's beard. It was Whitey Mack. "My God!" gasped Lanigan. "Quite so," said Jimmie Dale evenly. "You'll find the diamonds in his pockets. And excuse me." His fingers were running through Whitey Mack's clothes. "Ah, here it is." The thin metal case was in his hand. "A little article that belongs to me, and whose loss I am free to admit caused me considerable concern until I was informed that he had only found it without having the slightest idea as to whom it belonged." It made quite a difference. He had opened the case carelessly before Lanigan's eyes. "The Gray Seal. I'll say it for you," said Jimmie Dale whimsically. This is what probably put the idea into his head after first, in some way, having discovered old Max District's hiding place. And if I'd given him time enough, he would probably have stuck one of these seals, in clumsy imitation of that little eccentricity of mine, on the wall over there, to stamp the job as genuine. You begin to get it, don't you, Lanigan? Pretty surefire as an alibi, eh? And he'd have got away with it too, as far as you were concerned. He had only to fire that shot, smash the window, tuck his false beard, mustache and peaked cap into his pocket, put on his own hat that you see there on the floor, and yell that the man had escaped. He'd help you chase the thief too. Rather neat, don't you think, Lanigan? And what the risk too, considering the howl that would go up at the theft of those stones, and that, known as the slickest diamond thief in the country, he would be the first to be suspected, except that the police themselves, in the person of Inspector Lanigan of headquarters, would be prepared to prove a perfectly good alibi for him. Lanigan's head was thrust forward. His eyes, hard, were riveted on Whitey Mack. "My God," he said again under his breath. Then, fiercely, "He'll get his for this." It was a moment before Jimmie Dale spoke. He was musingly examining the automatic in his hand. "I am going now, Lanigan," he observed quietly. "I require, say, 15 minutes in which to effect my escape. It is, of course, obvious that an alarm raised by you might prove extremely awkward, but a piece of canvas from that bench there, together with a bit of string, would make a most effective gag. I prefer, however, not to submit you to that indignity. Instead, I offer you the alternative of giving me your word to remain quietly where you are for 15 minutes. Lanigan hesitated. Jimmie Dale smiled. "I agree," said Lanigan shortly. Jimmie Dale stepped back. The electric light switch clicked. The place was in darkness. There was a moment or two of utter stillness. Then, softly from the front end of the shop, a whisper. "If I were you, Lanigan, I'd take that gun from Whitey's pocket before he comes round and beats you to it." And the door closed silently behind Jimmie Dale. End of Part 1, Chapter 10C.
Part 1, Chapter 11A of The Adventures of Jimmie Dale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Reading by Roger Moline. Part 1, The Man in the Case. Chapter 11A, The Stool Pigeon. In the subway, 10 minutes before, a freckle-faced messenger boy had squeezed himself into a seat beside Jimmie Dale, yanked a dime novel from a refractory pocket, and, blissfully lost to all the world, had buried his head in its pages. Jimmie Dale's glance at the youngster had equally, perforce, embraced the lurid title of the thriller, Dicing with Death, so imperturbably thrust under his nose. At the time he had smiled indulgently, but now, as he left the subway and headed for his home on Riverside Drive, the words not only refused to be ignored, but had resolved themselves into a curiously persistent refrain in his mind. They were exactly what they purported to be, dime novelish, of the deepest hue of yellow, melodramatic in the extreme, but also, to him now, they were grimly apt and premonitorily appropriate. Dicing with death! There was not an hour, not a moment in his day, when he was not literally dicing with death. When, with the underworld and the police allied against him, a single false move would lose him the throw that left death the winner. The risk of the dual life enforced upon him grew daily greater, and in the end there must be the reckoning. He would have been a madman to have shut his eyes in the face of what was obvious, but it was worth it all, and in his soul he knew that he would not have had it otherwise, even now. Tonight, tomorrow, the day after, would come another letter from the Tocsin, and there would be another crime of the Gray Seal's blazoned in the press. Would that be the last affair, or would there be another? Or tonight, tomorrow, the day after, would he be trapped before even one more letter came? He shrugged his shoulders as he ran up the steps of his house. Those were the stakes that he himself had laid on the table to wager upon the game. He had no quarrel there. But if only, before the end came, or even with the end itself, he could find her. With his latchkey he let himself into the spacious, richly furnished, well-lighted reception hall, and crossing this went up the broad staircase, his steps noiseless on the heavy carpet. Below, faintly, he could hear some of the servants. They evidently had not heard him close the door behind him. Discipline was relaxed somewhat, it was quite apparent, with Jason, that peer of butlers, away. Jason, poor chap, was in the hospital. Typhoid, they had thought it at first, though it had turned out to be some milder form of infection. He would be back in a few days now, but meanwhile he missed the old man sorely from the house. He reached the landing and, turning, went along the hall to the door of his own particular den, opened the door, closed it behind him, and in an instant the keen, agile brain, trained to the littlest things that never escaped it, that daily held his life in the balance, was alert. The room was unusually dark, even for night time. It was as though the window shades had been closely drawn, a thing Jason never did. But then Jason wasn't there. Jimmie Dale, smiling then a little quizzically at himself, reached up for the electric light switch beside the door, pressed it, and his finger still on the button, whipped his automatic from his pocket with his other hand. The room was still in darkness. The smile on Jimmie Dale's lips was gone, for his lips now had closed together in a tight, drawn line. The lights in the rest of the house, as witness the reception hall, were in order. This was no accident. Silent, motionless, he stood there, listening. Was he trapped at last in his own house? By whom? The police? The thugs of the underworld? It made little difference. The end would differ only in the method by which it was attained. What was that? Was there a slight stir, a movement at the lower end of the room? Or was it his imagination? His hand fell from the electric light switch to the doorknob behind his back. Slowly, without a sound, it began to turn under his slim, tapering fingers, whose deft, sensitive touch had made him known and feared as the master cracksman of them all. And, as, noiselessly, the door began to open. It was like a duel of silence. What was the intruder, whoever he might be, waiting for? The abortive click of the electric light switch, to say nothing of the opening of the door when he had entered, was evidence enough that he was there. Was the other trying to place him exactly through the darkness to make sure of his attack? The door was open now, and suddenly Jimmie Dale laughed easily aloud, and on the instant shifted his position. "Well?" inquired Jimmie Dale coolly from the other side of the threshold. It seemed like a long-drawn sigh fluttering through the room, a gasp of relief. And then the blood was pounding madly at his temples, and he was back in the room again, the door closed once more behind him. "Oh, Jimmie, why didn't you speak? I had to be sure that it was you." It was her voice. Hers, the Tocsin. Here. She was here. Here in his house. "You!" he cried. "You! Here!" He was pressing the electric light switch frantically, again and again. Her voice came out of the darkness from across the room. "Why are you doing that, Jimmie? You know already that I have turned off the lights." "At the sockets, of course!" He laughed out the words almost hysterically. "Your face! I have never seen your face, you know." He was moving quickly toward the reading lamp on his desk. There was a quick, hurried swish of garments, and she was blocking his way. "No," she said in a low voice. "You must not light that lamp." He laughed again, shortly, fiercely now. She was close to him. His hands reached out for her, touched her, and, thrilling at the touch, swept her toward him. "Jimmie, Jimmie, are you mad?" she breathed. Mad! Yes, he was mad with the wildest, most passionate exhilaration he had ever known. He found his voice with an effort. "These months and years that I have tried until my soul was sick to find you," he cried out. "And you are here now. Your face, I must see your face." She had wrenched herself away from him. He could hear her breath coming sharply in little gasps. He groped his way onward toward the desk. "Wait!" Her tones seemed to ring suddenly vibrant through the room. "Wait, before you touch that lamp. I put you on your honor not to light it." He stopped abruptly. "My honor?" he repeated mechanically. Yes, I came here tonight because there was no other way. No other way. Do you understand? I came, trusting to your honor not to take advantage of the conditions that forced me to do this. I had no fear that I was wrong. I have no fear now. You will not light that lamp, and you will not make any attempt to prevent my going away, as I came, unknown. Is there any question about it, Jimmie? I am in your house. You don't know what you're saying, he burst out wildly. I've risked my life for a chance like this again and again. I've gone through hell, living in squalor for a month on end as Larry the Bat, in the hope that I might discover who you are. And do you think I'll let anything stop me now? I tell you, no. 1,000 times no. She made no answer. There was only her low, quick breathing coming from somewhere near him. He made another step toward the lamp, and stopped. I tell you no, he said again, and took another step forward, and stopped once more. Still she made no answer. A minute passed, another. His hand lifted and swept across his forehead in an agitated way. Still silence. She neither moved nor spoke. His hands dropped slowly to his side. There was a queer, twisted smile upon his lips. You win, he said hoarsely. Thank you, Jimmie, she said simply. And your name, who you are. He was speaking, but he did not seem to recognize his own voice. The 100 other things I've sworn I'd make you explain when I found you are all taboo as well, I suppose. Yes, she said. He laughed bitterly. Don't you know, he cried out, that between the police and the underworld, our house of cards is likely to collapse at any minute, that they are hunting the Gray Seal day and night. It is to be always like this, that I am never to know until it is too late. She came toward him out of the darkness impulsively. They will never get you, Jimmie, she said in a suppressed voice. And some day, I promise you now, you shall have your reward for tonight. You shall know everything. When? The word came from him with fierce eagerness. I do not know, she answered gently. Soon, perhaps sooner than either of us imagine. And by that you mean what? He asked, and his hand reached out for her again through the blackness. This time she did not draw away. There was an instant's hesitation. Then she spoke again, hurriedly, a note of anxiety in her voice. You are beginning all over again, aren't you, Jimmie? And I have told you that tonight I can explain nothing. And besides, it is what has brought me here that counts now, and every moment is of... Yes, I know, he interposed. But then at least you will tell me one thing. Why did you come tonight, instead of sending me a letter as you always have before? Because it is different tonight than it ever was before, she replied earnestly. Because there is something in what has happened that I cannot explain myself. Because there is danger, and where I could not see clearly I feared a trap, and so I dared not send what, in a letter, could at best be only vague and incomplete details. Do you see? Yes, said Jimmie Dale, but he was only listening in an abstracted way. If he could only see that face so close to his! He had yearned for that with all his soul for years now. And she was here, standing beside him, and his hand was upon her arm. And here, in his own den, in his own house, he was listening to another call to arms for the Gray Seal from her own lips. Honor! Was he but a poor, quixotic fool? He had only to step to the desk and switch on the light. Why should... He steadied himself with a jerk and drew away his hand. She was in his house. Go on, he said tersely. Do you know, or did you ever hear of old Luther Doyle? She asked. No, said Jimmie Dale. Do you know a man, then, named Connie Myers?" Connie Myers. Who in the Badlands did not know Connie Myers, who boasted of the half-dozen prison sentences already to his credit? Yes, he knew Connie Myers. But strangely enough, it was not in the Badlands or as Larry the Bat that he knew the man, or that the other knew him. It was as Jimmie Dale. Connie Myers had introduced himself one night several years ago with a blackjack that had just missed its mark as the man had jumped out from a dark hallway in the East Side, and he, Jimmie Dale, had thrashed the other to within an inch of his life. He had reason to know Connie Myers, and Connie Myers had reason to remember him. "Yes," he said with a grim smile, "I know Connie Myers." "And the tenement across the street from where you live as Larry the Bat, that, of course, you know." He leaned toward her wonderingly now. "Of course," he ejaculated. "Naturally." "Listen, then, Jimmie." She was speaking quickly now. "It is a strange story. This Luther Doyle was already over 50 when, some 8 or 9 years ago, his parents died within a few months of each other, and he inherited somewhere in the neighborhood of $100,000. But the man, though harmless enough, was mildly insane, half-witted, queer, and the old couple, on account of their son's mental defects, took care to leave the money securely invested and so that he could only touch the interest. During these 8 or 9 years he has lived by himself in the same old family house where he had lived with his parents, in a lonely spot near Pelham. And he has lived in a most frugal, even miserly manner. His income could not have been less than $6,000 a year, and his expenditures could not have been more than $600. His dementia, ironically enough from the day that he came into his fortune, took the form of a most pitiable and abject fear that he would die in poverty, misery, and want, and so year after year, cashing his checks as fast as he got them, never trusting the bank with a penny, he kept hiding away somewhere in his house every cent he could scrape and save from his income, which today must amount, at a minimum calculation, to $50,000. "And," observed Jimmie Dale quietly, "Connie Myers robbed him of it, and—" "No!" Her voice was quivering with passion as she caught up his words. "Twice in the last month Connie Myers tried to rob him, but the money was too securely hidden. Twice he broke into Doyle's house when the old man was out, but on both occasions was unsuccessful in his search, and was interrupted and forced to make his escape on account of Doyle's return. Tonight, an hour ago, in an empty house on the second floor of that tenement, in the room facing the landing, old Luther Doyle was murdered." There was silence for an instant. Her hand had closed in a tight pressure on his arm. The darkness seemed to add a sort of ghastly significance to her words. "In God's name, how do you know all this?" he demanded wildly. "How do you know all these things?" "Does that matter now?" she answered tensely. "You will know that when you know the rest. Oh, don't you understand, Jimmie? There is not a moment to lose now. It was easy to lure a half-witted creature like that anywhere. It was Connie Myers who lured him to the tenement and murdered him there, but from that point, Jimmie, I am not sure of our ground. I do not know whether Connie Myers is alone in this or not, but I do know that he is going to Doyle's house again tonight to make another search for the money. There is no question but that old Doyle was murdered to give Connie Myers and his accomplices, if there are any, a chance to tear the house inside out to find the money, to give them the whole night to work in without interruption, if necessary, but Doyle dead in his own house could have interfered no more with them than Doyle dead in that tenement. Why was he lured to the tenement by Connie Myers when he could much more easily have been put out of the way in his own house? Jimmie, there is something behind this, something more that you must find out. There may be others in this besides Connie Myers, I do not know. but there is something here that I am afraid of. Jimmie, you must get that man. You must get the others, if there are others, and you must stop them from getting the money in that house tonight. Do you understand now why I have come here? I could not explain in a letter. I do not quite seem to be explaining now. It would seem as though there were no need for the Gray Seal, that simply the police should be notified. But I know, Jimmie, call it intuition, what you will, I know that there is need for us, for you tonight, that behind all this is a tragedy, deeper, blacker than even the brutal, cold-blooded murder that is already done. Her voice, in its passionate earnestness, died away, and an anger, cold, grim, remorseless, settled upon Jimmie Dale, settled as it always settled upon him at her call to arms. His brain was already at work in its quick, instant way, probing, sifting, planning. She was right. It was strange, it was more than strange that, with the added risk, the danger, the difficulty, the man should have been brought miles to be done away with in that tenement. Why? Connie Myers took form before him, the coarse features, the tawny hair that straggled across the low forehead, the shifty eyes that were an intermediate color between brown and gray, the thin lips that seemed to draw in and give the jaw a protruding, belligerent effect. And Connie Myers knew him as Jimmie Dale. It would have to be, then, as Larry the Bat, that the Gray Seal must work. That meant time to go to the sanctuary and change. "The police," he asked suddenly aloud. "They have not yet discovered the body?" "Not yet," she replied hurriedly. "And that is still another reason for haste. There is no telling when they will. See, here," she thrust a paper into his hand. "Here is a plan of old Doyle's house, and directions for finding it. You must get Connie Myers red-handed. You must make him convict himself, for the evidence through which I know him to be guilty can never be used against him. And, Jimmie, be careful. I know I am not wrong, that there is still something more behind all this. And now go, Jimmie, go. There is no time to lose." She was pushing him across the room toward the door. Go. The word seemed suddenly to bring dismay. It was she again who was dominant now in his mind. Who knew if tonight, when he was taking his life in his hands again, would not be the last, and she was here now, here beside him, where she might never be again. She seemed to divine his thoughts, for she spoke again, a strange new note of tenderness in her voice that thrilled him. "You must never let them get you, Jimmie, for my sake. It will not last much longer, it is near the end, and I shall keep my promise. But go, now, Jimmie, go." "Go?" he repeated numbly. "Go? But you?" "I?" She slipped suddenly away from him, retreating back down the room. "I will go as I came." "Wait! Listen!" he pleaded. There was no answer. She was there, somewhere back there in the darkness still. He stood hesitant at the door. It seemed that every faculty he possessed urged him back there again, to her. Could he let her escape him now, when she was so utterly in his power, she who meant everything in his life? And then, like a cold shock, came that other thought, she who had trusted to his honor. With a jerk his hand swept out, felt for the doorknob, and closed upon it. "Good night," he said heavily, and stepped out into the hall. End of Part 1, Chapter 11A. Reading by Roger Moline. Part 1, Chapter 11B of The Adventures of Jimmie Dale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. The Adventures of Jimmie Dale, by Frank L. Packard. Reading by Roger Moline. Part 1. The Man in the Case. Chapter 11B. The Stool Pigeon. Continued. It seemed for a while, even after he had gained the street and made his way again to the subway, that nothing was concrete around him, that he was living through some fantastical dream. His head whirled, and he could not think rationally, and then slowly, little by little, his grip upon himself came back. She had come and gone. With the roar of the subway in his ears, its raucous note seeming to strike so perfectly in consonance with the turmoil within him, he smiled mirthlessly. After all, it was as it always was. She was gone, and ahead of him lay the chances of the night. Dicing with death. The words, unbidden, came back once more. If they were true before, they were doubly applicable now. It was different tonight from what it had ever been before, as she had said. Usually, to the smallest detail, everything was laid open, clear before him in those astounding letters. Tonight, it was vague at best. A man had been murdered. Connie Myers had committed the murder under circumstances that pointed strongly to some hidden motive behind and beyond the mere chance it afforded him to search his victim's house for the hidden cash. What was it? Jimmie Dale stared out at the black subway walls. The answer would not come. Station after station passed. At 14th Street he changed from the express to a local, got out at Astor Place, and a few minutes later was walking rapidly down the upper end of the Bowery. The answer would not come. Only the fact itself grew more and more deeply significant. The ghastly, callous fiendishness that lured an old, half-witted man to his death had Jimmie Dale in that grip of cold, merciless anger again, and there was a dull flush now upon his cheeks. Whatever it meant, whatever was behind it, one thing at least was certain. He would get Connie Myers. He was close to the Sanctuary now. It was down the next cross street. He reached the corner and turned it, heading east. But his brisk walk had changed to a nonchalant saunter. There were some people coming toward him. It was the Gray Seal now, alert and cautious. The little group passed by. Ahead, the tenement bordering on the black alleyway loomed up. The Sanctuary, with its 3 entrances and exits. The home of Larry the Bat. And across from it was that other tenement that held a new interest for him now, where, in an empty room on the 2nd floor, she had said, old Doyle still lay. Should he go there? He was thinking quickly now, and shook his head. It would take what he did not have to spare, time. It was already 10 o'clock, and granted that Connie Myers had committed the crime only a little over an hour ago, the man by this time would certainly be on his way to Doyle's house near Pelham, if, indeed, he were not already there. No, there was no time to spare. The question resolved itself simply into how long, since he had already searched twice and failed on both occasions, it would take Connie Myers to unearth old Doyle's hiding place for the money. Jimmie Dale glanced sharply around him, slipped into the alleyway, and, crouching against the tenement wall, moved noiselessly along to the side entrance. A moment more, and he had negotiated the rickety stairs with practiced, soundless tread, was inside the squalid quarters of Larry the Bat, and the door of the Sanctuary was locked and bolted behind him. Perhaps 5 minutes passed, and then, where Jimmie Dale, the millionaire, had entered, there emerged Larry the Bat, of the aristocracy and the elite of the Bad Lands. But instead of leaving by the side door and the alleyway, as he had entered, he went along the lower hallway to the front entrance. And here, instinctively, he paused a moment at the top of the steps, as his eyes rested upon the tenement on the opposite side of the street. It was strange that the crime should have been committed there. Something again seemed to draw him toward that empty room on the 2nd story. He had decided once that he would not go, that there was not time. But, after all, it would not take long, and there was at least the possibility of gaining something more valuable even than time from the scene of the crime itself. There might even be the evidence he wanted there that would disclose the whole of Connie Myers' game. He went down the steps and started across the street, but halfway over he hesitated uncertainly, as a child's cry came petulantly from the doorway. It was dark in the street, and likewise it was one of those hot, suffocating evenings when in the crowded tenements of the poorer class, miserable enough in any case, misery was added to 100-fold for lack of a single God-given breath of air. These two facts, apparently irrelevant, caused Jimmie Dale to change his mind again. He had not noticed the woman with the baby in her arms sitting on the doorstep, but now, as he reached the curb, he not only saw but recognized her, and he swung on down the street toward the Bowery. He could not very well go in without passing her, without being recognized himself, and that was a needless risk. He smiled a little wanly. Once the crime was discovered, she would not have hesitated long before informing the police that she had seen him enter there. Mrs. Hagan was no friend of his. One could not live as he had lived, as Larry the Bat, and not see something in an intimate way of the pitiful little tragedies of the poor around him, for bad, tough, and dissolute as the quarter was, all were not degraded there, some were simply poor. Mrs. Hagan was poor. Her husband was a day laborer, often out of a job, and sometimes he drank. That was how he, Jimmie Dale, or rather Larry the Bat, had come to earn Mrs. Hagan's enmity. He had found Mike Hagan drunk one night and in the act of being arrested, and had wheedled the man away from the officer on the promise that he would take Hagan home. And he was Larry the Bat, a dope fiend, a character known to all the neighborhood, and Mrs. Hagan had laid her husband's condition to his influence and companionship. He had taken Mike Hagan home, and Mrs. Hagan had driven Larry the Bat from the door of her miserable one-room lodging in that tenement with the bitter words on her tongue that only a woman can use when shame and grief and anger are breaking her heart. He shrugged his shoulders as, back along the Bowery, he retraced his steps, but now, with the hurried shuffle of Larry the Bat where before had been the brisk, athletic stride of Jimmie Dale. At Astor Place again he took the subway, this time to the Grand Central Station, and well within an hour from the time he had left the Sanctuary, including the train journey to Pelham, he was standing in a clump of trees that fringed a deserted roadway. He had passed but a few houses once he was away from Pelham, and as well as he could judge, there was none now within a quarter of a mile of him, except this one of old Luther Doyle's that showed up black and shadowy just beyond the trees. Jimmie Dale's eyes narrowed as he surveyed the place. It was little wonder that, known to have money, an attempt to rob old Doyle should have been made in a place like this. It was even more grimly significant than ever of some deeper meaning that, in its loneliness, an ideal place for a murder, the man should have been lured from there for that purpose to a crowded tenement in the city instead. What did it mean? Why had it been done? He shook his head. The answer would not come now any more than it had come before in the subway, or in the train on the way out, when he had set his brains so futilely to solve the problem. From a survey of the house, Jimmie Dale gave attention to the details of his surroundings. The trees on either side, the open space in front, a distance of 50 yards on the road, the absence of any fence. And then, abruptly, he stole forward. There was no light to be seen anywhere about the house. Was it possible that Connie Myers was not yet there? He shook his head again impatiently. Connie Myers would not have wasted any time, as the Tocsin had said. There was always present the possibility that the crime in that tenement might be discovered at any moment. Connie Myers would have lost no time, for let the discovery be made, let the police identify the body, as they most certainly would, and they would be out here hotfoot. Jimmie Dale stood suddenly still. What did it mean? He had not thought of that before. If old Doyle had been murdered here, there would not have been even the possibility of discovery until the morning at the earliest, and Connie Myers would have had all the time he wanted. What was that sound? A low, muffled tapping, like a succession of hammer blows, came from within the house. Jimmie Dale darted forward, reached the side of the house, and dropped on hands and knees. One question at least was answered. Connie Myers was inside. The plan that she had given him showed an old-fashioned cellarway, closed by folding trap doors, that was located a little toward the rear, and, in a moment, creeping along, he came upon it. His hands felt over it. It was shut, fastened by a padlock on the outside. Jimmie Dale's lips thinned a little as he took a small steel instrument from his pocket. Either through inadvertence or by intention, Connie Myers had passed up an almost childishly simple means of entrance into the house. One side of the trap door was lifted up silently, and silently closed. Jimmie Dale was in the cellar. The hammering, much more distinct now, heavy, thudding blows, came from a room in the front. The connection between the cellar and the house, as shown on the Tocsin's plan, was through another trap door in the floor of the kitchen. Jimmie Dale's flashlight played on a short, ladder-like stairway, and in an instant he was climbing upward. The sounds from the front of the house continued now without interruption. There was little fear that Connie Myers would hear anything else, even the protesting squeak of the hinges, as Jimmie Dale cautiously pushed back the trap door in the flooring above his head. An inch, 2 inches, he lifted it, and his eyes on a level with the opening now, he peered into the room. The kitchen itself was intensely dark, but through an open doorway, well to one side so that he could not see into the room beyond, there struggled a curiously faint, dim glimmer of light. And then Jimmie Dale's form straightened rigidly on the stairs. The blows stopped, and a voice, in a low growl, presumably Connie Myers, reached him. "Here, take a drive at it from the lower edge." There was no answer, save that the blows were resumed again. Jimmie Dale's face had set hard. Connie Myers was not alone in this, then. Well, the odds were a little heavier, doubled, that was all. He pushed the trap door wide open, swung himself up through the opening to the floor, and the next instant, back a little from the connecting doorway, his body pressed closely against the kitchen wall, he was staring, bewildered and amazed, into the next room. On the floor, presumably to lessen the chance of any light rays stealing through the tightly drawn window shades, burned a small oil lamp. The place was in utter confusion. The right-hand side of a large fireplace, made of rough, untrimmed stone and cement, and which occupied almost the entire end of the room, was already practically demolished, and the wreckage was littered everywhere. Part of the furniture was piled unceremoniously into one corner, out of the way, and at the fireplace itself, working with sledge and bar, were 2 men. One was Connie Myers. An ironical glint crept into Jimmie Dale's eyes. The false beard and mustache the man wore could deceive no one who knew Connie Myers, and that he should be wearing them now as he knelt holding the bar while the other struck at it seemed both uncalled for and absurd. The other man, heavily built, roughly dressed, had his back turned, and Jimmie Dale could not see his face. The puzzled frown on Jimmie Dale's forehead deepened. Somewhere in the masonry of the fireplace, of course, was where old Luther Doyle had hidden his money. That was quite plain enough, and that Connie Myers, in some way or other, had made sure of that fact was equally obvious. But how did old Luther Doyle get his money in there from time to time, as he received the interest and dividends, whose accumulation, according to the Tocsin, comprised his hoard? And how did he get it out again? "All right, that'll do," grunted Connie Myers suddenly. "We can pry this one out now. Lend a hand on the bar." The other dropped his sledge, turned sideways as he stooped to help Connie Myers, his face came into view, and with an involuntary start, Jimmie Dale crouched farther back against the wall as he stared at the other. It was Hagan, Mrs. Hagan's husband, Mike Hagan. "My God!" whispered Jimmie Dale under his breath. So that was it! That the murder had been committed in the tenement was not so strange now. A surge of anger swept Jimmie Dale and was engulfed in a wave of pity. Somehow the thin, tired face of Mrs. Hagan had risen before him, and she seemed to be pleading with him to go away, to leave the house, to forget that he had ever been there, to forget what he had seen, what he was seeing now. His hands clenched fiercely. How realistically, how importunately, how pitifully she took form before him. She was on her knees, clasping his knees, imploring him, terrified. From Jimmie Dale's pocket came the black silk mask. Slowly, almost hesitantly, he fitted it over his face. Mike Hagan knew Larry the Bat. Why should he have pity for Mike Hagan? Had he any for Connie Myers? What right had he to let pity sway him? The man had gone the limit. He was Connie Myers' accomplice, a murderer. But the man was not a hardened, confirmed criminal like Connie Myers. Mike Hagan, a murderer! It would have been unbelievable but for the evidence before his own eyes now. The man had faults, brawled enough, and drank enough to have brought him several times to the notice of the police. But this! Jimmie Dale's eyes had never left the scene before him. Both men were throwing their weight upon the bar and the stone that they were trying to dislodge. They were into the heart of the masonry now, seemed to move a little. Connie Myers stood up and, leaning forward, examined the stone critically at the top and bottom, prodding it with the bar. He turned from his examination abruptly and thrust the bar into Hagan's hands. "Hold it!" he said tersely. "I'll strike for a turn." Crouched, on his hands and knees, Hagan inserted the point of the bar into the crevice. Connie Myers picked up the sledge. "Lower! Bend lower!" he snapped, and swung the sledge. It seemed to go black for a moment before Jimmie Dale's eyes, seemed to paralyze all action of mind and body. There was a low cry that was more a moan, the clang of the iron bar clattering on the floor, and Mike Hagan had pitched forward on his face, an inert and huddled heap. A half laugh, half snarl purled from Connie Myers' lips, as he snatched a stout piece of cord from his pocket and swiftly knotted the unconscious man's wrists together. Another instant, and picking up the bar, prying with it again, the loosened stone toppled with a crash into the grate. It had come sudden as the crack of doom, that blow, too quick, too unexpected for Jimmie Dale to have lifted a finger to prevent it. And now that the first numbed shock of mingled horror and amazement was past, he fought back the quick, fierce impulse to spring out on Connie Myers. Whether the man was killed or only stunned, he could do no good to Mike Hagan now, and there was Connie Myers. He was staring in a fascinated way at Connie Myers. Behind the stone that the other had just dislodged was a large, hollow space that had been left in the masonry, and from this now Connie Myers was eagerly collecting handfuls of banknotes that were rolled up into the shape of little cylinders, each one grotesquely tied with a string. The man was feverishly excited, muttering to himself, running from the fireplace to where the table had been pushed aside with the rest of the furniture, dropping the curious little rolls of money on the table, and running back for more. And then, having apparently emptied the receptacle, he wriggled his body over the dismantled fireplace, stuck his head into the opening, and peered upward. "Kinks in his hut! Kinks in his hut!" Connie Myers was muttering. "I'll drop the bar through from the top. Maybe there's some got stuck in the pipe." He regained his feet, picked up the bar, and ran with it into what was evidently the front hall, then his steps sounded running upstairs. Like a flash, Jimmie Dale was across the room and at the fireplace. Like Connie Myers, he, too, put his head into the opening, and then, a queer, unpleasant smile on his lips, he bent quickly over the man on the floor. Hagan was no more than stunned, and was even then beginning to show signs of returning consciousness. There was a rattle, a clang, a thud, and the bar, too long to come all the way through, dropped into the opening and stood upright. Connie Myers' footsteps sounded again, returning on the run, and Jimmie Dale was back once more on the other side of the kitchen doorway. It was all simple enough, once one understood. The same queer smile was still flickering on Jimmie Dale's lips. There was no way to get the money out except the way Connie Myers had got it out, by digging it out. With the irrational cunning of his mad brain that had put the money even beyond his own reach, old Doyle had built his fireplace with a hollow some 18 inches square in a great wall of solid stonework, and from it had run a 2-inch pipe up somewhere to the story above, and down this pipe he had dropped his little stirring-tide cylinders of banknotes, satisfied that his hoard was safe. There seemed something pitifully ironic in the elaborate, insane craftiness of the old man's fear-twisted, demented mind. And now Connie Myers was back in the room again, and again a puzzled expression settled upon Jimmie Dale's face as he watched the other. For perhaps a minute the man stood by the table sifting the little rolls of money through his fingers gloatingly. Then, impulsively, he pushed these to one side, produced a revolver, laid it on the table, and from another pocket took out a little case which, as he opened it, Jimmie Dale could see contained a hypodermic syringe. One more article followed the other two, a letter which Connie Myers took out of an unsealed envelope. He dropped this suddenly on the table as Mike Hagan, 3 feet away on the floor, groaned and sat up. End of Part 1, Chapter 11B. Recording by Roger Moline. Part 1, Chapter 11C of The Adventures of Jimmie Dale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Reading by Roger Moline. Part 1, The Man in the Case. Chapter 11C, The Stool Pigeon, concluded. Hagan's eyes swept, bewildered, confused, around him, questioningly at Connie Myers, and then, resting suddenly on his bound wrists, they narrowed menacingly. "Damn you, you smashed me with that sledge on purpose," he burst out, and began to struggle to his feet. With a brutal chuckle, Connie Myers pushed Hagan back and shoved his revolver under the other's nose. "Sure," he admitted evenly. "And you keep quiet, or I'll finish you now, instead of letting the police do it." He laughed out jarringly. "You're under arrest, you know, for the murder of Luther Doyle and for robbing the poor old nut of his savings in his house here." Hagan wrenched himself up on his elbow. What do you mean?" he stammered. "Oh, don't worry," said Connie Myers maliciously. "I'm not making the arrest. I'd rather the police did that. I'm not mixing up in it, and by, he lifted up the hypodermic for Hagan to see, I'm going to shoot a little dope into you that'll keep you quiet while I get away myself." Hagan's face had gone a grayish white. He had caught sight of the money on the table, and his eyes kept shifting back and forth from it to Myers' face. "Murder," he said huskily. "There is no murder. I don't know who Doyle is. You said this house was yours. You hired me to come here. You said you were going to tear down the fireplace and build another. You said I could work evenings and earn some extra money." "Sure I did." There was a vicious leer now on Connie Myers' lips. "But you don't think I picked you out by accident, do you? Your reputation, my bucko, was just shady enough to satisfy anybody that it wouldn't be beyond you to go the limit. Sure, you murdered Doyle. Listen to this." He took up the letter. To the police. Luther Doyle was murdered this evening in the tenement at 67 Blank Street. You'll find his body in a room on the second floor. If you want to know who did it, look in Mike Hagan's room on the floor above. There's a paper stuck under the edge of Hagan's table with a piece of chewing gum where he hid it. You'll know what it is when you go out and take a look at Doyle's house in Pelham. Yours truly, a friend. Mike Hagan did not speak. His lips were twitching, and there was horror creeping into his eyes. "Do you get me?" sneered Connie Myers. "Tell your story. Who'd believe it? I got you cinched. Twice I tried to get this old dub's coin out here and couldn't find it. But the second time I found something else, a piece of paper with a drawing of the fireplace on it, and a place in the drawing marked with an X. That was good enough, wasn't it? That's the paper I stuck under your table this afternoon when your wife was out, see? Somebody's got to stand for the job, and if it's somebody else, it won't be me. Get me? When I had a look at that fireplace, I knew I couldn't do the job alone in a week, and I didn't dare blast it with soup for fear of spoiling what was inside. And since I had to have somebody help me, I thought I might as well let him help me all the way through, and stand for it. I picked you, Mike. That's why I croaked old Doyle in your tenement tonight. I wrote this letter while I was waiting for you to show up at the station to come out here with me, and I'm going to see that the police get it in the next hour. When they find Doyle in the room below yours, and that paper in your room, and the busted fireplace here, I guess they won't look any farther for who did it. And say," he leaned forward with an ugly grin, "maybe you think I'm soft to be telling you all this, but don't you fool yourself. You don't know me. You don't know who I am. So tell 'em the truth. They won't believe you anyway with evidence like that against you, and the neater the story, the more they'll think it shows brains enough on your part to have pulled a job like this." My God! Hagan was rocking on his knees. Beads of sweat were starting out on his forehead. "You wouldn't plant a man like that," he cried brokenly. "You wouldn't do it, would you? My God, you wouldn't do that!" Jimmie Dale's face, under his mask, was white and rigid. There was something primal, elemental in the savagery that was sweeping upon him. He had it all now, all. She had been right. There was need tonight for the Gray Seal. So that was the game, inhuman, hellish, the whole of it, to the last filthy dregs. Connie Myers, to protect himself, was railroading an innocent man to death for the crime that he himself had committed. There was a cold smile on Jimmie Dale's lips now as he took his automatic from his pocket. No, it wasn't quite all the game. There was still his hand to play. He edged forward a little nearer to the door and halted abruptly, listening. An automobile had stopped outside on the road. Hagan was still pleading in a frenzied way. Connie Myers was callously folding his letter while he watched the other warily. Neither of the men had heard the sound. And then, quick, almost on the instant, came a rush of feet, a crash upon the front door, an imperative command to open in the name of the law. The police! Jimmie Dale's brain was working now with lightning speed. Somehow the police had stumbled upon the crime in that tenement, and, as he had foreseen in such an event, had identified Doyle. But they could not be sure that anyone was present here in the house now. They could not see a light any more than he had. He must get Mike Hagan away, must see that Connie Myers did not get away. Myers was on his feet now, fear struck in his turn. The letter clutched in a tight-closed fist, his revolver swung out, poised, in the other hand. Hagan, too, was on his feet, and, unheeded now by Connie Myers, was wrenching his wrists apart. Another crash upon the door, another demand in a harsh voice to open it. Then someone running around to the window at the side of the house, and Jimmie Dale sprang forward. There was the roar of a report, a blinding flash almost in Jimmie Dale's eyes, as Connie Myers, whirling instantly at his entrance, fired and missed. It happened quick then, in the space of the ticking of a watch, before Jimmie Dale, flinging himself forward, had reached the man. Like a defiant challenge to their demand, it must have seemed to the officers outside, that shot of Connie Myers at Jimmie Dale, for it was answered on the instant by another through the side window. And the shot, fired at random, the interior of the room hidden from the officers outside by the drawn shades, found its mark, and Connie Myers, a bullet in his brain, pitched forward, dead, upon the floor. "Quick!" Jimmie Dale flung at Hagan. "Get that letter out of his hand!" He jumped for the lamp on the floor, extinguished it, and turned again toward Hagan. "Have you got it?" he whispered tensely. "Yes," said Hagan in a numbed way. "This way, then." Jimmie Dale caught Hagan's arm and pulled the other across the room and into the kitchen to the trap door. "Quick!" he breathed again. "Get down there, quick, and no noise. They don't know how many are in the house. When they find him, they'll probably be satisfied." Hagan, stupefied, dazed, obeyed mechanically, and in an instant the trap door closed behind them. Jimmie Dale was standing beside the other in the cellar. "Not a sound now," he cautioned once more. His flashlight winked, went out, winked again, then held steadily, in curious fascination it seemed, as in its circuit the ray fell upon Hagan, fell upon the torn, ragged edge of a paper in Hagan's hand. With a suppressed cry, Jimmie Dale snatched it away from the other. It was but a torn half of the letter. "The other half! The other half! Hagan, where is it?" he demanded hoarsely. Hagan, almost in a state of collapse, muttered inaudibly. The crash of a toppling door sounded from above. Jimmie Dale shook the man desperately. "Where is it?" he repeated fiercely. He was holding it tight. It tore in his hand," Hagan stammered. "Does it make any difference? Oh, let's get out of here, whoever you are. For God's sake, let's get out of here." Any difference? Jimmie Dale's jaws were clamped like a steel vise. Any difference? The difference between life and death for the man beside him, that was all. He was reading the portion in his hand. It was the last part of the letter, beginning with, "There's a paper stuck under the edge of Hagan's table." From above, from the floor of the front room now, came the rush and trample of feet. He could not go back for the other half, and any attempt to conceal the fact that Connie Myers had been alone in the house was futile now. They would find the torn letter in the dead man's hand, proof enough that someone else had been there. What was in that part of the letter that was still clutched in that death grip upstairs? A sentence from it that he had heard Connie Myers read seemed to burn itself into his brain. "If you want to know who did it, look in Mike Hagan's room on the floor above." And then, suddenly, like light through the darkness, came a ray of hope. He pulled Hagan to the cellarway and stealthily lifted one side of the double trap door. There was a chance, desperate enough, 1 in 1,000, but still a chance. Voices from the house came plainly now, but there was no one in sight. The police, to a man, were evidently all inside. From the road in front showed the lamp glare of their automobile. "Run for the car!" Jimmie Dale jerked out from between the set teeth, and with Hagan beside him, steadying the man by the arm, dashed across the intervening 50 yards. They had not been seen. A minute more, and the car, evidently belonging to the local police, for it was headed in the direction of New York, and as though it had come from Pelham, swept down the road, swept around a turn, and Jimmie Dale, with a gasp of relief, straightened up a little from the wheel. How much time had he? The police must have heard the car. But equally occupied as they were, they might well give it no thought other than that it was but another car passing by. There was no telephone in the house. The nearest house was a quarter of a mile away, and that might or might not have a telephone. Could he count on half an hour? He glanced anxiously at the crouched figure beside him. He would have to. It was the only chance. They would telephone the contents of the dead man's half of the letter to the New York police. Could he get to Hagan's room first? "Look in Hagan's room," their part of the letter read. but it did not say for what, or exactly where. If they found nothing, Hagan was safe. Connie Myers' reputation, the fact that he was found in disguise at Doyle's house, was, barring any incriminating evidence, quite enough to let Hagan out. There would only remain in the minds of the police the question of who, beside Connie Myers, had been in old Doyle's house that night. And now Jimmie Dale smiled a little whimsically. Well, perhaps he could answer that, and if not quite to the satisfaction of the police, at least to the complete vindication of Mike Hagan. But he could not drive through towns and villages with a mask on his face, and there, ahead now, lights were beginning to show. And more than ever now, with what was before him, it was imperative that Mike Hagan should not recognize Larry the Bat. Jimmie Dale glanced again at Hagan and slowed down the car. They were on the outskirts of a town, and off to the right he caught the twinkling lights of a streetcar. "Hagan," he said sharply, "pull yourself together and listen to me. If you keep your mouth shut, you've nothing to fear. If you let out a word of what's happened tonight, you'll probably go to the chair for a crime you know nothing about. Do you understand? Keep your mouth shut." The car had stopped. Hagan nodded his head. "All right, then. You get out here and take a streetcar into New York," continued Jimmie Dale crisply. "But when you get there, keep away from your home for the next 2 or 3 hours. Hang around with some of the boys you know, and if you're asked anything afterwards, say you were batting around town all evening. Don't worry, you'll find you're out of this when you read the morning papers. Now get out. Hurry!" He pushed Hagan from the car. "I've got to make my own getaway." Hagan, standing in the road, brushed his hand bewilderingly across his eyes. "Yes, but you Never mind about that." Jimmie Dale leaned out and gripped Hagan's arm impressively. "There's only one thing you've got to think of, or remember. Keep your mouth shut. No matter what happens, keep your mouth shut, if you want to save your neck. Good night, Hagan." The car was racing forward again. It shot streaking through the streets of the town ahead, and, dully, over its own inferno, echoed shouts, cries, and execrations of an outraged populace, then out into the night again, roaring its way toward New York. He had half an hour, perhaps. It was a good thing Hagan did not know, or had not grasped the significance of that torn letter. The man would have been unmanageable with fear and excitement. It would puzzle Hagan to find no paper stuck under his table when he came to look for it, but that was a minor consideration. That mattered not at all. Half an hour. On roared the car. Towns, black roads, villages, wooded lands were kaleidoscopic in their passing. Half an hour. Had he done it? Had he come anywhere near doing it? He did not know. He was in the city at last, and now he had to moderate his speed. But by keeping to the less frequented streets, he could still drive at a fast pace. One piece of good fortune had been his. The long motor coat he had found in the car with which to cover the rags of Larry the Bat, and without which he would have been obliged to leave the car somewhere on the outskirts of the city, and to trust, like Mike Hagan, to other and slower means of transportation. Blocks away from Hagan's tenement, he ran the car into a lane, slipped off the motor coat, and from his own pocket whipped out the little metal insignia case, and in another moment a diamond-shaped gray seal was neatly affixed to the black ebony rim of the steering wheel. He smiled ironically. It was necessary, quite necessary, that the police should have no doubt as to who had been in Doyle's house with Connie Myers that night, or to whom they had so considerately loaned their automobile. He was running now, through lanes, dodging down side streets, taking every short cut he knew. Had he beaten the police to Mike Hagan's room? It would be easy then. If they were ahead of him then, by some means or other, he must still get that paper first. He was at the tenement now, shuffling leisurely up the steps. The front door was open. He entered and went up the first flight of stairs, then along the hall, and up the next flight. He had half expected the place to be bustling with excitement over the crime, but the police evidently had kept the affair quiet, for he had seen no one since he had entered. But now, as he began to mount the third flight, he went more slowly. Someone was ahead of him. It was very dark. He could not see. The steps above died away. He reached the landing, started along for Hagan's room, and a light blazed suddenly in his face, and a hard, quick grip on his shoulder forced him back against the wall. Then the flashlight wavered, glistened on brass buttons went out, and a voice laughed roughly. "It's only Larry the Bat." "Larry the Bat, eh?" It was another voice, harsh and curt. "What are you doing here?" He was not first, after all. The telephone message from Pelham, it was almost certainly that, had beaten him. They were ahead of him, just ahead of him. They had only been a few steps ahead of him going up the stairs, just a second ahead of him on their way to Hagan's room. Jimmie Dale was thinking fast now. He must go, too, to Hagan's room with them, somehow. There was no other way. There was Hagan's life at stake. "Aw, I ain't done nothin'," he whined. "I was just goin' to borrow the price of a feed from Mike Hagan. Lemme go." "Hagan, eh?" snapped the questioner. "Are you a friend of his?" "Sure I am." The officers whispered for a moment together. "We'll try it," decided the one who appeared to be in command. "We're in the dark anyhow, and the thing may be only a steer. Maybe it'll work. Anyway, it won't do any harm." His hand fell heavily on Jimmie Dale's shoulder. "Mrs. Hagan know you?" brusquely. "Sure she does," sniffled Larry the Bat. "Good," rasped the officer. "Well, we'll make the visit with you. And you do what you're told, or we'll put the screws on you, see? We're after something here, and you've blown the whole game, savvy? You've spilled the gravy. Understand?" In the darkness, Jimmie Dale smiled grimly. It was far more than he had dared to hope for. They were playing into his hands. "But I don't know about any game," grovelled Larry the Bat piteously. "Who in hell said you did?" growled the officer. "You're supposed to have snitched the lay to us, that's all, and mind you, play your part. Come on." It was 2 doors down the hall to Mike Hagan's room, and there one of the officers, putting his shoulder to the door, burst it open and sprang in. The other shoved Jimmie Dale forward. It was quickly done. The 3 were in the room. The door was closed again. Came a cry of terror out of the darkness, a movement as of someone rising up hurriedly in bed, and then Mrs. Hagan's voice. "What is it? Who is it? Mike!" The table. It was against the right-hand wall, Jimmie Dale remembered. He sidled quickly toward it. "Strike a light," ordered the officer in charge. Jimmie Dale's fingers were feeling under the edge of the table. A quick sweep along it. Nothing. He stooped, reaching farther in. Another sweep of his arm, and his fingers closed on a sheet of paper and a piece of hard gum. In an instant they were in his pocket. A match crackled and flared up. A lamp was lighted. Larry the Bat sulked sullenly against the wall. Terror-stricken, wide-eyed, Mrs. Hagan had clutched the child lying beside her to her arms and was sitting bolt upright in bed. "Now then, no fuss about it," said the officer in charge, with brutal directness. "You might as well make a clean breast of Mike's share in that murder downstairs. Larry the Bat here has already told us the whole story. Come on, now, out with it." "Murder?" Her face went white. "My Mike? Murder?" She seemed for an instant stunned, and then down the worn, thin, haggard face gushed the tears. "I don't believe it!" she cried. "I don't believe it!" "Come on, now, cut that out," prodded the officer roughly. "I tell you, Larry the Bat here has opened everything up wide. You're only making it worse for yourself." "Him?" She was staring now at Jimmie Dale. "Oh, God!" she cried. "So that's what you are! Are you a stool pigeon for the cops? Well, whatever you told them, you lie. You're the curse of this neighborhood, you are, and if my Mike is bad at all, it's you that helped to make him bad. But murder? You lie!" She had risen slowly from the bed, a gaunt, pitiful figure, pitifully clothed, the black hair, gray-streaked, streaming thinly over her shoulders, still clutching the baby that, too, was crying now. The officers looked at one another and nodded. "Guess she's handling it straight. We'll have a look on our own hook," the leader muttered. She paid no attention to them. She was walking straight to Jimmie Dale. "It's you, is it?" she whispered fiercely through her sobs. "That would bring more shame and ruin here. You that's selling my man's life away with your filthy lies for what they're paying you? It's you, is it, that—" Her voice broke. There was a frightened, uneasy look in Larry the Bat's eyes. His lips were twitching weakly, he drew far back against the wall, and then, glancing miserably at the officers, as though entreating their permission, began to edge toward the door. For a moment she watched him, her face white with outrage. Her hand clenched at her side, and then she found her voice again. "Get out of here," she said in a choked, strained way, pointing to the door. "Get out of here, you dirty skate!" "Sure," mumbled Larry the Bat, his eyes on the floor. "Sure," he mumbled, and the door closed behind him. End of Part 1, Chapter 11C. Recording by Roger Moline. Part 2, Chapter 1 of The Adventures of Jimmie Dale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Recording by Roger Moline. Part 2, The Woman in the Case. Chapter 1, Below the Deadline. Whisperings, always whisperings, low, sibilant, floating errantly from all sides until they seemed a component part of the drug-laden atmosphere itself. And occasionally another sound, the soft slap, slap of loose-slippered feet, the faint rustle of equally loose-fitting garments. And everywhere the sweet, sickish smell of opium. It was Chang Foo's, simply a cellar or two deeper in Chang Foo's than that in which Dago Jim had quarreled once, and died. Larry the Bat, vicious-faced, unkempt, disreputable, lay sprawled out on one of the dive's bunks, an opium pipe beside him. But Larry the Bat was not smoking. Instead, his ear was pressed closely against the boarding that formed the rather flimsy partition at the side of the bunk. One heard many things in Chang Foo's if one cared to listen, if one could first win one's way through the carefully guarded gateway that to the uninitiated offered nothing more interesting than the entrance to a Chinese tea shop, and an uninviting one at that. Had he been followed in here? He had been shadowed for the last hour, of that at least he was certain. Why? By whom? For an hour he had dodged in and out through the dens of the underworld, as only one who was at home there and known to all could do, and at last he had taken refuge in Chang Foo's like a fox burrowing deep into its hole. Few could find their way into the most infamous opium den in all New York, where not only the poppy ruled as master, but where crime was hatched, aye, and carried to its ghastly consummation sometimes as well. And of those few, not one but was of the underworld itself, and it was that fact which held his muscles strained and rigid now under the miserable rags that covered them, and it was that which kept the keen, quick brain alert and active, every faculty keyed up and tense. If it were the police, he had little to fear, for they could not force their way in without warning. But if it were the underworld, he was in imminent peril, and had done little better than run himself into a trap from which there was no escape. Death to the Gray Seal. He had heard that whispered more than once in this very place. Who knew at what moment the role of Larry the Bat would be uncovered, and the underworld, where now he held so high a place, would be at his throat like a pack of snarling wolves? Who had been shadowing him during the last hour? Whisperings. Nothing tangible. He could catch no words, only the never-ending whisperings of gathered groups here and there, and sometimes the clink of coin where some game was in progress. The curtain before his bunk was drawn suddenly aside, and Larry the Bat's fingers, where his hand was carelessly hidden by his body, tightened upon his automatic. "Smoky some more?" The fingers relaxed. It was only Sam Wah, one of the attendants. "Nix," said Larry the Bat, in a slightly muddled tone. "Got enough." The curtain fell into place again. Larry the Bat's lips set in a thin smile. Ultimately, it made little difference whether it was the police or the underworld. The smile grew thinner. It was the flip of a coin, that was all. With one there was the death house at Sing Sing for the Gray Seal. With the other, well, there were many ways, from a shot or a knife thrust in the open street to his murder in some hidden dive like this of Chang Foo's, for instance, where he now was. The Gray Seal was responsible for the occupancy of too many penitentiary cells by those of the underworld to look for any other fate. He raised himself up sharply on his elbow. A shrill, high note like the scream of a parakeet rang out a second time. He tore the curtain aside and jumped to his feet. All around him, in the twinkling of an eye, Chinamen in fluttering blouses, chattering like magpies, mingled with snarling, cursing whites, were running madly. A voice, prefaced with an oath, bawled out behind him as he sprang forward and joined the rush. "Beat it! The cops! Beat it!" The police! A raid! Was it for him? From rooms, an amazing number of them, more forms rushed out, joined, divided, separated, and dashed some this way, some that, along branching passageways. There had been raids before. The police had begun to change their minds about Chang Foo's, but Chang Foo's was not an easy place to raid. House after house in that quarter of Chinese laundries, of tea shops, of chop suey joints, opened one into the other through secret passages in the cellars. Larry the Bat plunged down a staircase and halted in the darkness of a cellar, drawing back against the wall while the flying feet of his fellow fugitives scurried by him. Was it for him, this raid? If not, the police had not a hope of getting him if he kept his head, for back in Chang Foo's proper, which would be quite closed off now, Chang Foo would be blandly submitting to arrest, offering himself as a sort of glorified sacrifice while the police confiscated opium and fan-tan layouts. If the police had no other purpose than that in mind, Chang Foo would simply pay a fine. The next night the place would be in full blast again, and Chang Foo, higher than ever in the confidence of the underworld's aristocracy, would reap his reward, and that would be all there was to it. But was that all? The raid had followed significantly close upon the heels of his entry into Chang Foo's. Larry the Bat began to move forward again. He dared not follow the others, and later on, when quiet was restored, issue out into the street from any one of the various houses in which he might temporarily have taken refuge. There was a chance in that, a chance that the police might be more zealous than usual, even if he particularly was not their game, and he could take no chance. Arrest for Larry the Bat, even on suspicion, could have but one conclusion, not a pleasant one. The disclosure that Larry the Bat was not Larry the Bat at all, but Jimmie Dale, the millionaire clubman, and to complete a fatal triplication, that Larry the Bat and Jimmie Dale was the Gray Seal upon whose head was fixed a price. All was silence around him now, except that from overhead came occasionally the muffled tread of feet. He felt his way along into a black narrow passage, emerged into a second cellar, swept the place with a single circling gleam from a pocket flashlight, passed a stairway that led upward, reached the opposite wall, and dropping on hands and knees crawled into what innocently enough appeared to be the opening of a coal bin. He knew Chang Foo's well, as he knew the ins and outs of every den and place he frequented, knew them as a man knows such things when his life at any moment might hang upon his knowledge. He was in another passage now, and this, in a few steps, brought him to a door. Here he halted and stood for a full 5 minutes, absolutely motionless, absolutely still, listening. There was nothing, not a sound. He tried the door cautiously. It was locked. The slim, sensitive, tapering fingers of Jimmie Dale, unrecognizable now in the grimy digits of Larry the Bat, felt tentatively over the lock. To fingers that seemed in their tips to possess all the human senses, that time and again in their delicate touch upon the dial of a safe had mocked at human ingenuity and driven the police into impotent frenzy, this was a pitiful thing. From his pocket came a small steel instrument that was quickly and deftly inserted in the keyhole. There was a click. The door swung open, and Jimmie Dale, alias Larry the Bat, stepped outside into a backyard half a block away from the entrance to Chang Foo's. Again he listened. There did not appear to be any unusual excitement in the neighborhood. From open windows above him and from adjoining houses came the ordinary, commonplace sounds of voices talking and laughing, even the queer, weird notes of a Chinese chant. He stole noiselessly across the yard, out into the lane, and made his way rapidly along to the cross street. In a measure now he was safe, but one thing, a very vital thing, remained to be done. It was absolutely necessary that he should know whether he was the quarry that the police had been after in the raid, if it was the police who had been shadowing him all evening. If it was the police, there was but one meaning to it. Larry the Bat was known to be the Gray Seal, and a problem perilous enough in any aspect confronted him. Dare he risk the sanctuary for the clothes of Jimmie Dale? Or was it safer to burglarize, as he had once done before, his own mansion on Riverside Drive? His thoughts were running riot, and he frowned, angry with himself. There was time enough to think of that when he knew that it was the police against whom he had to match his wits. Well in the shadow of the buildings, he moved swiftly along the side street until he came to the corner of the street on which, halfway down the block, fronted Chang Foo's tea shop. A glance in that direction, and Jimmie Dale drew a breath of relief. A patrol wagon was backed up to the curb, and a half-dozen officers were busy loading it with what was evidently Chang Foo's far from meager stock of gambling appurtenances, while Chang Foo himself, together with Sam Wah and another attendant, were in the grip of two other officers, waiting possibly for another patrol wagon. There was a crowd, too, but the crowd was at a respectful distance, on the opposite side of the street. Jimmie Dale still hugged the corner. A man swaggered out from a doorway, quite close to Chang Foo's, and came on along the street. As the other reached the corner, Jimmie Dale sidled forward. "Hello, Chick," he said, out of the corner of his mouth. "What's the lay?" "Hello, Larry," returned the caller. "Oh, nothing. The nutcracker on Chang, that's all." "I thought maybe they was looking for some guy that was in there," observed Jimmie Dale. "Nothing doing," the other answered. "I was in there myself. The whole mob beat it clean, and the bulls never batted an eye. Didn't youse Pipe make me get away outside Shanghai's a minute ago? The bulls never went nowhere except into Chang's. There's a new lieutenant in the precinct inaugurating himself, that's all. So long, Larry, I got a date." "So long, Chick," responded Jimmie Dale, and started slowly back along the cross street. It was not the police, then, who were interested in his movements. Then who? He shook his head with a little savage, impotent gesture. One thing was clear. It was too early to risk a return to the sanctuary and attempt the rehabilitation of Jimmie Dale. If anyone was on the hunt for Larry the Bat, The sanctuary would be the last place to be overlooked. He turned the next corner, hesitated a moment in front of a garishly lighted dance hall, and finally shuffled in through the door, made his way across the floor, nodding here and there to the elite of gangland, and with a somewhat arrogant air of proprietorship sat down at a table in the corner. Little better than a tramp in appearance, certainly the most disreputable-looking object in the place. Even the waiter who approached him accorded him a certain curious deference. Was not Larry the Bat the most celebrated dope fiend below the deadline? "Give me a mug of suds," ordered Jimmie Dale, and sprawled royally back in his chair. Under the rim of his slouch hat, pulled now far over his eyes, he searched the faces around him. If he had been asked to pick the actors for a revel from the scum of the underworld, he could not have improved upon the gathering. There were perhaps 100 men and women in the room, the majority dancing, and with the exception of a few sightseeing slummers, they were men and women whose acquaintance with the police was intimate, but not cordial, far from cordial. Jimmie Dale shrugged his shoulders and sipped at the glass that had been set before him. It was grimly ironic that he should be, not only there, but actually a factor and a part of the underworld's intimate life. He, Jimmie Dale, a wealthy man, a member of New York's exclusive clubs, a member of New York's most exclusive society. It was inconceivable. He smiled sardonically. Was it? Well, then it was none the less true. His life unquestionably was one unique, apart from any other man's, but it was, for all that, actual and real. There had been 3 years of it now, since she had come into his life. Jimmie Dale slouched down a little in his chair. The ice was thin, perilously thin, that he was skating on now. Each letter, with its demand upon him to match his wits against police or underworld, or against both combined, perhaps, made that peril a little greater, a little more imminent, if that were possible, when already his life was almost literally carried daily, hourly, in his hand. Not that he rebelled against it. It was worth the price that some day he expected he must pay, the price of honor, wealth, a name disgraced, ruin, death. Was he quixotic, immoderately so? He smiled gravely. Perhaps. But he would do it all over again if the choice were his. There were those who blessed the name of the Gray Seal as well as those who cursed it. And there was the Tocsin. Who was she? He did not know, but he knew that he had come to love her, come to care for her, and that she had come to mean everything in life to him. He had never seen her, to know her face. He had never seen her face, but he knew her voice. Aye, he had even held her for a moment, the moment of wildest happiness he had ever known, in his arms. That night when he had entered his library, his own particular den in his own house, and in the darkness had found her there, found her finally through no effort of his own, when he had searched so fruitlessly for years to find her, using every resource at his command to find her. And she, because she had come of her own volition, relying upon him, had held him in honor to let her go as she had come, without looking upon her face. Exquisite irony. But she had made him a promise then, that the work of the Gray Seal was nearly over, that soon there would be an end to the mystery that surrounded her, that he should know all, that he should know her. He smiled again, but it was a twisted smile on the mechanically misshapen lips of Larry the Bat. Nearly over. Who knew? That nearly might be too late. Even tonight he had been shadowed, was skulking even now in this place as a refuge. Who knew? Another hour and the newsboys might be shrieking their "Extra! Extra! The Gray Seal caught! The millionaire Jimmie Dale, the Jekyll and Hyde of real life!" Jimmie Dale straightened up suddenly in his seat. There was a shout, an oath bawled out high above the riot of noise, a chorus of feminine shrieks from across the room. What was the matter with the underworld tonight? He seemed fated to find nothing but centers of disturbance, first a raid at Chang Foo's, and now this. What was the matter here? They were stampeding toward him from the other side of the room. There was the roar of a revolver shot. Another. Black Ike! He caught an instant's glimpse of the gunman's distorted face through the crowd. That was it, probably, a row over some mall. And then, as Jimmie Dale lunged up from his chair to his feet to escape the rush, pandemonium itself seemed to break loose. Yells, shots, screams, and oaths filled the air. The crowd surged this way and that. Tables were overturned and sent crashing to the floor. And then came sudden darkness, as some one of the attendants, in misguided excitability, switched off the lights. The darkness but served to increase the panic, not allay it. With a savage snap of his jaws, Jimmie Dale swung from his table in the corner with the intention of making his way out by a side door behind him. It was a case of the police again, and the patrolman outside would probably be pulling a riot call by now. And the police. He stopped suddenly, as though he had been struck. An envelope, thrust there out of the darkness, was in his hand, and her voice, hers, the Tocsin's, was sounding in his ears. "Jimmie, Jimmie, I've been trying all evening to catch you. Quick, get to the sanctuary and change your clothes. There's not an instant to lose. It's for my sake tonight." And then a surging mob was around him on every side, and pushing, jostling, half lifting him at times from his feet, carried him forward with its rush, and with him in its midst burst through the door and out into the street. End of Part 2, Chapter 1. Recording by Roger Moline. Part 2, Chapter 2 of The Adventures of Jimmie Dale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Reading by Roger Moline. Part 2, The Woman in the Case. Chapter 2, The Call to Arms. Not a sound as the key turned in the lock. Not a sound as the door swung back on its carefully oiled hinges. Not a sound as Larry the Bat slipped like a shadow into the blackness of the room, closing the door behind him again. With a tread as noiseless as a cat's, he was across the room to satisfy himself that the shutters were tightly closed. And then the single gas jet flared up, murky, yellow, illuminating the miserable, squalid room, the sanctuary, the home of Larry the Bat. There was need for silence, need for caution. In 5 minutes, 10 at the outside, he must emerge again as Jimmie Dale. With a smile on his lips that mingled curiously chagrin and self-commiseration, he took the letter from his pocket and tore it open. It was she, then, who had been following him all evening, and like a blundering idiot, he had wasted precious, perhaps irreparable hours. What had she meant by, "It's for my own sake tonight"? The words had been ringing in his ears since the moment she had whispered them in that panic-stricken crowd. Was it not always for her sake that he answered these calls to arms? Was it not always for her sake that he, as the Gray Seal, was? The mental soliloquy came to an abrupt end. He had subconsciously read the first sentence of the letter, and now, with sudden feverish eagerness and excitement, he was reading it to the last word. Dear Philanthropic Crook, in an hour after you receive this, if all goes well, you shall know everything, everything. Who I am? Yes, and my name. It has been more than 3 years now, hasn't it? It has been incomprehensible to you, but there has been no other way. I dared not take the chance of discovery by anyone. I dared not expose you to the risk of being known by me. Your life would not have been worth a moment's purchase. Oh, Jimmie, am I only making the mystery more mystifying? But tonight, I think, I hope, I pray that it is all at an end. Though against me and against you tonight when you go to help me is the most powerful and pitiless organization of criminals that the world has ever known, and the stake we are playing for is a fortune of millions and my life. And yet somehow I am afraid now, just because the end is so near and the victory seems so surely won. And so, Jimmie, be careful. Use all that wonderful cleverness of yours as you have never used it before, but there should be no need for that. It is so simple a thing that I am going to ask you to do. Why am I writing so illogically? Nothing, surely, can possibly happen. This is not like one of my usual letters, is it? I am beside myself tonight with hope, anxiety, fear, and excitement. Listen, then, Jimmie. Be at the northeast corner of 6th Avenue and Waverly Place at exactly 10:30. A taxicab will drive up, as though you had signaled it in passing, and the chauffeur will say, "I've another fare in half an hour, sir, but I can get you most anywhere in that time." You will be smoking a cigarette. Toss it out into the street, make any reply you like, and get into the cab. Give the chauffeur that little ring of mine, with the crest of the bell and belfry and the motto, "Sonnez le tocsin," that you found the night old Isaac Pelina was murdered, and the chauffeur will give you in exchange a sealed packet of papers. He will drive you to your home, and I will telephone to you there. I need not tell you to destroy this. Keep the appointment in your proper person, as Jimmie Dale. Carry nothing that might identify you as the Gray Seal if any accident should happen. And lastly, trust the pseudo-chauffeur absolutely. There was no signature. Her letters were never signed. He stood for a moment staring at the closely written sheets in his hand, a heightened color in his cheeks, his lips pressed tightly together, and then his fingers automatically began to tear the letter into pieces, and the pieces again into little shreds. Tonight. It was to be tonight, the end of all this mystery. Tonight was to see the end of this dual life of his, with its constant peril. Tonight the Gray Seal was to exit from the stage forever. Tonight, a wonderful climax of the years, he was to see her. His blood was quickened now, his heart pounding in a faster beat. A mad elation, a fierce uplift was upon him. He thrust the torn bits of paper into his pocket hurriedly, stepped across the room to the corner, rolled back the oilcloth, and lifted up the loose plank in the flooring, so innocently dust-laden as, more than once, to have eluded the eyes of inquisitive visitors in the shape of police and plain-clothes men from headquarters. From the space beneath he removed a neatly folded pile of clothes, laid these on the bed, and began to undress. He was working rapidly now. Tiny pieces of wax were removed from his nostrils, from under his lips, from behind his ears. Water from a cracked pitcher poured into a battered tin basin, and mixed with a few drops of some liquid from a bottle which he procured from its hiding place under the flooring, banished the make-up stain from his face, his neck, his wrists, and hands as if by magic. It was a strange metamorphosis that had taken place. The coarse, brutal-featured, blear-eyed, leering countenance of Larry the Bat was gone, and in its place, clean-cut, square-jawed, clear-eyed, was the face of Jimmie Dale. And where before had slouched a slope-shouldered, misshapen, flabby creature, a broad-shouldered form well over 6 feet in height now stood erect, and under the clean white skin the muscles of an athlete, like knobs of steel, played back and forth with every movement of his body. In the streaked and broken mirror Jimmie Dale surveyed himself critically, methodically, and, with a nod of satisfaction, hastily donned the fashionably cut suit of tweeds upon the bed. He rummaged then through the ragged garments he had just discarded, transferred to his pockets a roll of bills and his automatic, and paused hesitantly, staring at the thin metal case, like a cigarette case, that he held in the palm of his hand. He shrugged his shoulders a little whimsically. It seemed strange, indeed, that he was through with that. He snapped it open. Within, between sheets of oil paper, lay the scores of little diamond-shaped, gray-colored adhesive paper seals, the insignia of the Gray Seal. Yes, it seemed strange that he was never to use another. He closed the case, gathered up the clothes of Larry the Bat, tucked the case in among them, and shoved the bundle into the hole under the flooring. All these things would have to be destroyed, but there was not time tonight. Tomorrow or the next day would do for that. What would it be like to live a normal life again, without the menace of danger lurking on every hand, without that grim slogan of the underworld, "Death to the Gray Seal," or that savage fiat of the police, "The Gray Seal, dead or alive, but the Gray Seal," forever ringing in his ears? What would it be like, this new life, with her? The thought was thrilling him again, bringing again that eager, exultant uplift. In an hour, 1 hour, and the barriers of years would be swept away, and she would be in his arms. "It's for my sake tonight." His face grew suddenly tense as the words came back to him. That hour wasn't over yet. It was no hysterical exaggeration that had prompted her to call her enemies the most powerful and pitiless organization of criminals that the world had ever known. It was not the Tocsin's way to exaggerate. The words would be literally true. The very life that she had led for the 3 years that had gone stood out now as a grim proof of her assertion. Jimmie Dale replaced the flooring, carefully brushed the dust back into the cracks, spread the oilcloth into place, and stood up. Who and what was this organization? What was between it and the Tocsin? What was this immense fortune that was at stake? And what was this priceless packet that was so crucial, that meant victory now, aye, and her life too, she had said. The questions swept upon him in a sort of breathless succession. Why had she not let him play a part in this? True, she had told him why, that she dared not expose him to the risk. Risk! Was there any risk that the Gray Seal had not taken, and at her instance? He did not understand. He smiled a little uncertainly as he reached up to turn out the gas. There were a good many things that he did not understand about the Tocsin. The room was in darkness, and with the darkness Jimmie Dale's mind centered on the work immediately before him. To enter the tenement where he was known and had an acknowledged right as Larry the Bat was one thing. For Jimmie Dale to be discovered there was quite another. He crossed the room, opened the door silently, stood for a moment listening, then stepped out into the black, musty, ill-smelling hallway, closing the door behind him. He stooped and locked it. The querulous cry of a child reached him from somewhere above, a murmur of voices, muffled by closed doors, from everywhere. How many families were housed beneath that sordid roof he had never known, only that there was miserable poverty there as well as vice and crime, only that Larry the Bat, who possessed a room all to himself, was as some lordly and super being to these fellow tenants who shared theirs with so many that there was not air enough for all to breathe. He had no doors to pass. His was next to the staircase. He began to descend. They could scream and shriek, those stairs, like aged humans, twisted and rheumatic, at the least ungentle touch. But there was no sound from them now. There seemed something almost uncanny in the silent tread. Stair after stair he descended, his entire weight thrown gradually upon one foot before the other was lifted. The strain upon the muscles, trained and hardened as they were, told. As he moved from the bottom step, he wiped little beads of perspiration from his forehead. The door now that gave on the alleyway. He opened it, slipped outside, darted across the narrow lane, stole along where the shadows of the fence were blackest, paused, listening, as he reached the end of the alleyway to assure himself that there was no nearby pedestrian, and stepped out into the street. He kept on along the block, turned onto the Bowery, and, under the first lamp, consulted his watch. It was 10:15. He could make it easily in a leisurely walk. He continued on up the Bowery, finally crossed to Broadway, and shortly afterward turned into Waverly Place. At the corner of Fifth Avenue he consulted his watch again, and now he lighted a cigarette. Sixth Avenue was only a block away. At precisely 10:30, to the second, he halted on the designated corner, smoking nonchalantly. A taxicab, coincidentally coming from an uptown direction, swung into the curb. "Taxi, sir? Yes, sir?" Then, with an admirable mingling of eagerness to secure the fare and a fear that his confession might cause him the loss of it, "I've another fare in half an hour, sir, but I can get you most anywhere in that time." Jimmie Dale's cigarette was tossed carelessly into the street. "St. James Club," he said curtly, and stepped into the cab. The cab started forward, turned the corner, and headed along Waverly Place toward Broadway. The chauffeur twisted around in his seat in a matter-of-fact way, as though to ask further directions. "Have you anything for me?" he inquired casually. It lay where it always lay, that ring, between the folds of that little white glove in his pocketbook. Jimmie Dale took it out now and handed it silently to the chauffeur. The other's face changed instantly, composure was gone, and a quick, strained look was in its place. "I'm afraid I've been watched," he said tersely. "Look behind you, will you, and tell me if you see anything?" Jimmie Dale glanced backward through the little window in the hood. "There's another taxi just turned in from Sixth Avenue," he reported the next instant. "Keep your eye on it," instructed the chauffeur shortly. The speed of the cab increased sensibly. With a curious tightening of his lips, Jimmie Dale settled himself in his seat so that he could watch the cab behind. There was trouble coming, intuitively he sensed that. And, he reflected bitterly, he might have known. It was too marvelous, too wonderful ever to come to pass that this 1 hour, the thought of which had fired his blood and made him glad beyond any gladness life had ever held for him before, should bring its promised happiness. "Where's the cab now?" the chauffeur flung back over his shoulder. They had passed Fifth Avenue and were nearing Broadway. "About the same distance behind," Jimmie Dale answered. "That looks bad," the chauffeur gritted between his teeth. "We'll have to make sure. I'll run down Lower Broadway." "If you think we're followed," suggested Jimmie Dale quietly, "why not run uptown and give them the slip somewhere where the traffic is thick? Lower Broadway at this time of night is as empty and deserted as a country road." The chauffeur's sudden laugh was mirthless. "My God, you don't know what you're talking about," he burst out. "If they're following, all hell couldn't throw them off the track. And I've got to know, I've got to be sure before I dare make a move tonight. I couldn't tell up in the crowded districts if I was followed, could I? They won't come out into the open until their hands are forced." The car swerved sharply, rounded the corner, and, speeding up faster and faster, began to tear down Lower Broadway. "Watch! Watch!" cried the chauffeur. There was no word between them for a moment. Then Jimmie Dale spoke crisply. "It's turned the corner. It's coming this way." The taxicab was rocking violently with the speed, silent, empty, lower Broadway stretched away ahead. Apart from an occasional streetcar, probably there would be nothing between them and the Battery. Jimmie Dale glanced at his companion's face as a light, flashing by, threw it into relief. It was set and stern, even a little haggard. But, too, there was something else there, something that appealed instantly to Jimmie Dale, a sort of bulldog grit that dominated it. "If he holds our speed, we'll know," the chauffeur was shouting now to make himself heard over the roar of the car. "Look again. Where is it now?" Once more Jimmie Dale looked through the little rear window. The cab had been a block behind them when it had turned the corner, and he watched it now in a sort of grim fascination. There was no possible doubt of it. The two bobbing, bouncing headlights were creeping steadily nearer. And then a sort of unnatural calm settled upon Jimmie Dale, and his hand went mechanically to his pocket to feel his automatic there as he turned again to the chauffeur. "If you've got any more speed, you'd better use it," he said significantly. The man shot a quick look at him. "They are following us? You are sure?" "Yes," said Jimmie Dale. The chauffeur laughed again in that mirthless, savage way. "Lean over here where I can talk to you," he rasped out. "The game's up as far as I'm concerned, I guess. But there's a chance for you. They don't know you in this." "Give her more speed, or dodge into a cross street," suggested Jimmie Dale coolly. "They haven't got us yet by a long way." The other shook his head. "It's not only that cab behind," he answered through set lips. "You don't know what we're up against. If they're really after us, there's a trap laid in every section of this city, the devils. It's the package they want. Thank God for the presentiment that made me leave it behind. I was going back for it, you understand, if I was satisfied that we weren't followed. Listen. There's a chance for you. There's none for me. That package. Remember this. No one else knows where it is, and it's life and death to the one who sent you here. It's in box 428 at... My God, look! Look there!" he yelled, and, with a wrench at the wheel, sent the taxi lurching and staggering for the car tracks in the center of the street. The scene, fast as thought itself, was photographing itself in every detail upon Jimmie Dale's brain. From the cross street ahead, one from each corner, two motor cars had nosed out into Broadway, blocking the road on both sides. And now the car on the left-hand side was moving forward across the tracks to counteract the chauffeur's move, deliberately ensuring a collision. There was no chance, no further room to turn, no time to stop. The man driving the other car jumped for safety. They would be into it in an instant. "Box 428, Jimmie pleaded fiercely. "Go on, man. Go on. Finish!" "Yes," cried the chauffeur. "John Johansson at..." But Jimmie Dale heard no more. There was the crash of impact as the taxicab plowed into the car that had been so craftily maneuvered in front of it, and Jimmie Dale, lifted from his feet, was hurled violently forward with the shock, and all went black before his eyes. End of Part 2, Chapter 2. Recording by Roger Moline. Part 2, Chapter 3 of The Adventures of Jimmie Dale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Reading by Roger Moline. Part 2, The Woman in the Case. Chapter 3, The Crime Club. For what length of time he had remained unconscious, Jimmie Dale had not the slightest idea. He regained his senses to find himself lying on a couch in a strange room that had a most exquisitely brass-wrought dome light in the ceiling. That was what attracted his attention, because the light hurt his eyes, and his head was already throbbing as though 1,000 devils were beating a diabolical tattoo upon it. He closed his eyes against the light. Where was he? What had happened? Oh, yes, he remembered now. That smash on Lower Broadway. He had been hurt. He moved first one limb and then another tentatively, and was relieved to find that, though his body ached as if it had been severely shaken, and his head was bad, he had apparently escaped without serious injury. Where was he? In a hospital? His fingers, resting at his side upon the couch, supplied him with the information that it was a very expensive couch, upholstered in finest leather. If he were in a hospital, he would be in a cot. He opened his eyes again to glance curiously around him. The room was quite in keeping with the artistic lighting fixture and the refined, if expensive, taste that was responsible for the couch. A heavy velvet rug of rich dark green was bordered by a polished hardwood floor. Panelings of dark green frieze and beautifully grained woodwork made the lower walls, while above, on a background of some soft-toned paper, hung a few and evidently choice oil paintings. There was a big, inviting lounging chair, a massive writing table, or more properly a desk of walnut, and behind the desk, his back half turned, apparently intent upon a book, sat a man in immaculate evening dress. Jimmie Dale closed his eyes again. There was something reassuring about it all, comfortably reassuring. Though why there should be any occasion for a feeling of reassurance at all he could not for the moment make out. And then, in a sudden flash, the details of the night came back to him. The Tocsin's letter, the package he was to get, the taxicab, the chauffeur, who was not a chauffeur, the chase, the trap. He lay perfectly still. It was the professional Jimmie Dale now whose brain, in spite of the throbbing, brutally aching head, was at work, keen, alert. The chauffeur! What had happened to him? Had the man been killed in the auto smash? Or, less fortunate than himself, fallen into the hands of those whose power he seemed both to fear and rate so highly? And that package! Box, what was the number? Yes, 428. What did that mean? What box? Where was it? Who was John Johansson? He hadn't heard any more than that. The smash had come then. And lastly, he was back again to the same question he had begun with. Where was he now himself? It looked as though some good Samaritan had picked him up. Who was this gentleman so quietly reading there at the desk? Jimmie Dale opened his eyes for the third time. How still, how absolutely silent the room was. He studied the man's back speculatively for a moment, then his gaze traveled on past the man to the wall, riveted there, and his fingers, without movement of his arm, pressed against the outside of his coat pocket. He thought as much. His automatic was gone. Not a muscle of Jimmie Dale's face moved. His eyes shifted to a picture on the wall. The man was watching him, not reading. Just above the level of the desk, a small mirror held the couch in focus, but equally it held the man in focus, and Jimmie Dale had seen the other's eyes, through a black mask that covered the face to the top of the upper lip, fixed intently upon him. There was a chill now where before there had been reassurance, something ominous in the very quiet and refinement of the room, and Jimmie Dale smiled inwardly in bitter irony. His good Samaritan wore a mask. His self-congratulations had come too soon. Whatever had happened to the chauffeur, it was evident enough that he himself was caught. What was it the chauffeur had said? Something about a chance through being unknown? Was it to be a battle of wits, then? God, if his head did not ache so frightfully! It was hard to think with the brain half sick with pain. Those two eyes shining in that mirror. There seemed something horribly spectre-like about it. He did not look again, but he knew they were there. It was like a cat watching a mouse. Why did not the man speak, or move, or do something? And he turned his head slowly. The man was laughing in a low, amused way. "You appear to be taken with that picture," observed a pleasant voice. "Perhaps you recognize it from there. It is a Corot." Jimmie Dale, with a well-simulated start, sat up, and, with another quite as well simulated, stared at the masked man. The other had laid down his book, and swung around in his chair to face the couch. Jimmie Dale stood up a little shakily. "Look here," he said awkwardly. I don't quite understand. I remember that my taxi got into a smash-up, and I suppose I have to thank you for the assistance you must have rendered me, only, as I say—" He looked in a puzzled way around the room, and in an even more perplexed way at the mask on the other's face. "I must confess I am at a loss to understand quite the meaning of this." "Suppose that instead of trying to understand, you simply accept things as you find them." The voice was soft, but there was a finality in it that its blandness only served to make the more suggestive. Jimmie Dale drew himself up and bowed coldly. "I beg your pardon," he said. "I did not mean to intrude. I have only to thank you again, then, and bid you good night." The lips behind the mask parted slightly in a politely deprecating smile. "There is no hurry," said the man, a sudden sharpness creeping into his tones. "I am sorry that the rule I apply to you does not work both ways. For instance, I might be quite at a loss to account for your presence in that taxicab." Jimmie Dale's smile was equally polite, equally deprecating. "I fail to see how it could be of the slightest possible interest to you," he replied. "However, I have no objection to telling you. I hailed the taxi at the corner of Sixth Avenue and Waverly Place, told the chauffeur to drive me to the St. James Club, and—" "The St. James Club," broke in the other coldly, "is, I believe, north, not south of Waverly Place, and on Broadway not at all." Jimmie Dale stared at the other for an instant in patient annoyance. "I am quite well aware of that," he said stiffly. "Nevertheless, I told the man to drive me to the St. James Club. We came across Waverly Place, but on reaching Broadway, instead of turning uptown, he suddenly whirled in the other direction and sent the car flying at full speed down Lower Broadway. I shouted at the man. I don't know yet whether he was drunk or crazy or—" Jimmie Dale's eyes fixed disdainfully on the other's mask. "Whether there might not, after all, have been method in his madness. I can only say that before we had gone more than 2 or 3 blocks, a wild effort on his part to avoid a collision with an auto swinging out from a side street resulted in an even more disastrous smash with another on the other side, and I was knocked senseless." "Victim, I presume, is the idea you desire to convey," observed the other evenly. "You were quite the victim of circumstance, as it were." Jimmie Dale's eyebrows lifted slightly. "It would appear to be fairly obvious, I should say." "Very clever," commented the man. "But now, suppose we remove the buttons from the foils." His voice rasped suddenly. "You are quite as well aware as I am that what has happened tonight was not an accident. Nor, in case the possibility may have occurred to you, are the police any the wiser, save for the existence of 2 wrecked cars on Lower Broadway, and another which escaped, and for which doubtless they are still searching assiduously. The ownership of the taxicab you so inadvertently entered they will have no difficulty in establishing. You, perhaps, however, are in a better position than I am to appreciate the fact that the establishment of its ownership will lead them nowhere. As I understand it, the man who drove you tonight obtained the loan of the cab from one of the company's chauffeurs in return for a $100 bill. Am I right?" "In view of what has happened," admitted Jimmie Dale simply, "I should not be surprised." There was a sort of sardonic admiration in the other's laugh. "As for the other car," he went on, "I can assure you that its ownership will never be known. When the nearest patrolman rushed up, there were no survivors of the disaster save those in the third car, which he was powerless to stop, which accounts for your presence here. You will admit that I have been quite frank." "Oh, quite," said Jimmie Dale, a little wearily. "But would you mind telling me what all this is leading to?" The man had been leaning forward in his chair, one hand, palm downward, resting lightly on the desk. He shifted his hand now suddenly to the arm of his chair. "This," he said, and on the desk where his hand had been lay the Tocsin's gold signet ring. Jimmie Dale's face expressed mild curiosity. He could feel the other's eyes boring into him. "We were speaking of ownership," said the man, in a low, menacing tone. "I want to know where the woman who owns this ring can be found tonight." There was no play, no trifling here. The man was in deadly earnest. But it seemed to Jimmie Dale, even with the sense of peril more imminent with every instant, that he could have laughed outright in savage mockery at the irony of the question. Where was she? Even who was she? And this was the hour in which he was to have known. "May I look at it?" he requested calmly. The other nodded, but his eyes never left Jimmie Dale. "It will give you an extra moment or so to frame your answer," he said sarcastically. Jimmie Dale ignored the thrust, picked up the ring, examined it deliberately, and set it back again on the table. "Since I do not know who owns it," he said, "I cannot answer your question." "No? Well then, there is still another matter. A little package that was in the taxicab with you. Where is that?" "See here," said Jimmie Dale irritably, "this has gone far enough. I have seen no package, large or small, or of any description whatever. You are evidently mistaking me for someone else. You have only to telephone the St. James Club." He reached toward his pocket for his card case. "My name is—" "Dale," supplied the other curtly. "Don't bother about the card, Mr. Dale. We have already taken the liberty of searching you." He rose abruptly from his chair. "I am afraid you do not quite realize your position, Mr. Dale," he said with an ominous smile. "Let me make it clear. I do not wish to be theatrical about this, but we do not temporize here. You will either answer both of those questions to my satisfaction, or you will never leave this place alive." Jimmie Dale's face hardened. His eyes met the other's steadily. "Ah, I think I begin to see," he said caustically. "When I have been thoroughly frightened I shall be offered my freedom at a price. A sort of up-to-date game of hold-up. The penalty of being a wealthy man. If you had named your figure to begin with, we would have saved a lot of idle talk, and you would have had my answer the sooner. Nothing." "Do you know," said the other in a grimly musing way, "there has always been one man, but only one until now, that I have wished I might add to my present associates. I refer to the so-called Gray Seal. Tonight there are two. I pay you the compliment of being the other. But," he was smiling ominously again, "we are wasting time, Mr. Dale. I am willing to expose my hand to the extent of admitting that the information you are withholding is infinitely more valuable to me than the mere wreaking of reprisal upon you for refusal to talk. Therefore, if you will answer, I pledge you my word you will be free to leave here within 5 minutes. If you refuse, you are already aware of the alternative. Well, Mr. Dale?" Who was this man? Jimmie Dale was studying the other's chin, the lips, the white, even teeth, the jet-black hair. Some day the tables might be turned. Could he recognize again this cool, imperturbable ruffian who so callously threatened him with murder? "Well, Mr. Dale, I am waiting." "I am not a magician," said Jimmie Dale contemptuously. "I could not answer your questions if I wanted to." The other's hand slid instantly to a row of electric buttons on the desk. "Very well, Mr. Dale," he said quietly. "You do not believe, I see, that I would dare to carry my threat into execution. You perhaps even doubt my power. I shall take the trouble to convince you. I imagine it will stimulate your memory." The door opened. 2 men were standing on the threshold, both in evening dress, both masked. The man behind the desk came forward, took Jimmie Dale's arm almost courteously, and led him from the room out into a corridor, where he halted abruptly. "I want to call your attention, first, Mr. Dale, to the fact that as far as you are concerned, you neither have now, nor ever will have, any idea whether you are in the heart of New York or 50 miles away from it. Now, listen. Do you hear anything?" There was nothing. Only the strange silence of that other room was intensified now. There was not a sound. Stillness, such as it seemed to Jimmie Dale he had never experienced before, was around him. "You may possibly infer from the silence that you are not in the city," suggested the other after a moment's pause. "I leave you to your own conclusions in that respect. The cause, however, of the silence is internal, not external. We had soundproof principles in mind to a perhaps exaggerated degree when this building was constructed. If you care to do so, you have my permission to shout, say, for help, to your heart's content. We shall make no effort to stop you." Jimmie Dale shrugged his shoulders. He was staring down a brilliantly lighted, richly carpeted corridor. There were doors on one side, windows on the other, the windows all hung with heavy, closely drawn portieres. The corridor was certainly not on the ground floor, but whether it was on the second or third, or even above that again, he had no means of knowing. From appearances, though, the place seemed more like a large, private mansion than anything else. "Just one word before we proceed," continued the other. "I do not wish you to labor under any illusion. Here we are frankly criminals. This is our home. It should have some effect in impressing you with the power and resource at our command, and also with the class of men with whom you are dealing. There is not one among us whose education is not fully equal to your own, not one, indeed, but who is chosen, granting first his criminal tendencies, because he is a specialist in his own particular field, in commerce, in the government diplomatic service, in the professions of law and medicine, in the ranks of pure science. We are bordering on the fantastical, are we not? Dreaming, you will probably say, of the utopian in crime organization. Quite so, Mr. Dale. I only ask you to consider the possibilities if what I say is true. Now, let us proceed. I am going to take you into 3 rooms, the 3 whose doors you see ahead of you. You will notice that, including the one you have just left, there are 4 on this corridor. I do not wish to strain your credulity or play tricks upon you, so I am going to ask you to fix an approximate idea of the length of the corridor in your mind, as it will perhaps enable you to account more readily for what may appear to be a discrepancy in the corresponding size of the rooms. One of the men opened the door ahead. Jimmie Dale, at a sign from his conductor, moved forward and entered. Just what he had expected to find he could not have told. His brain was whirling, partly from his aching head, partly from his desperate effort to conceive some way of escape from the peril which, for all his nonchalance, he knew only too well was the gravest he had ever faced. But what he saw was simply a cosily furnished bedroom. There was nothing peculiar about it, nothing out of the way, except perhaps that it was rather narrow, and then, suddenly, rubbing his eyes involuntarily, he was staring in a dazed way before him. The whole right-hand side of the wall was sinking without a sound into the floor, increasing the width of the room by some 5 or 6 feet, and in this space was disclosed what appeared to be a sort of chemical laboratory, elaborately equipped, extending the entire length of the room. "The wall is purely a matter of mechanical construction, operated hydraulically," the man was speaking softly at Jimmie Dale's side. "The room beneath is built to correspond. The base, ceiling, and wall moldings here do not have to be very ingenious to effect a disguise. I might say, however, that few visitors, other than yourself, have ever seen anything here but a bedroom." He waved his hand toward the retorts, the racks of test tubes, the 101 articles that strewed the laboratory bench. "As for this, its purpose is twofold. We, as well as the police, have often need of analysis. We make it. If we require a drug, a poison, say, we compound it from its various ingredients, or, as the case may be, distill it, perhaps. It is, you will agree, somewhat more difficult to trace to its source if procured that way. And, speaking of poisons," he stepped forward and lifted a glass-stoppered bottle containing a colorless liquid from its shelf. "In a modest way, we have even done some original research work here. This, for instance, is as utopian from our standpoint as the formation and personnel of the organization I have briefly outlined to you. It possesses very essential qualities. It is almost instantaneous in its action, requires a very small quantity, and defies detection even by autopsy." He uncorked the bottle and dipped in a long glass rod. "Will you watch the experiment?" he invited with a sort of ghastly pleasantry. "I do not want you to accept anything on trust." With a start, Jimmie Dale swung around. He had heard no sound, but another man was at his elbow now, and struggling in the man's hand was a little white rabbit. It was over in an instant. A single drop in the rabbit's mouth, and the animal had stiffened out, a lifeless thing. "It is quite as effective on the human organism," continued the other. "Only, instead of 1 drop, 3 are required. If I make it 10," he was carefully measuring the liquid into 2 wine glasses, "it is only that even you may be satisfied that the quantity is fatal." He filled up the glasses with what was apparently wine of some description, which he poured from a decanter, and held out the glasses in front of him. And again Jimmie Dale started. Again he had heard no one enter, and yet 2 men had stepped forward from behind him and had taken the glasses from their leader's hands. He glanced around him, counting quickly. They were surely the 2 who had entered with him from the corridor. No! Including the leader, there were now 6 men, all in evening dress, all masked, in the room with him. A wave of the leader's hand, and the 2 men holding the glasses left the room. The man turned to Jimmie Dale again. "Shall we proceed to the second room, Mr. Dale?" he asked politely. "I think it is now prepared for us. I do not wish to bore you with a repetition of magical sliding walls." There was something now that numbed the ache in Jimmie Dale's brain, a sense of some deadly, remorseless thing that seemed to be constantly creeping closer to him, clutching at him, to smother him, to choke him. There was something absolutely fiendish, terrifying in the veneer of culture around him. They had entered the second room. This, like the other, was a pseudo-bedroom, but here the movable wall was already down. Ranged along the right-hand side were a great number of cabinets that slid in and out, much after the style and fashion used by clothing dealers to stock and display their wares. These cabinets were now all opened, displaying hundreds of costumes of all kinds and descriptions, and evidently complete to the minutest detail. The cabinets were flanked by full-length mirrors at each end of the room, and on little tables before the mirrors was an assortment, that none better than Jimmie Dale himself could appreciate, of make-up accessories. The man smiled apologetically. "I am afraid this is rather uninteresting," he said. "I have shown it to you simply that you may understand that we are alive to the importance of detail. Disguise, that is daily vital to us, is an art that depends essentially on detail. I venture to say we could impersonate any character or type or nationality or class in the United States at a moment's notice. But—" He took Jimmie Dale's arm again and conducted him out into the corridor, while the two men, who were evidently acting the role of guards, followed closely behind. "There is still the third room, here." He halted Jimmie Dale before the door. "I have asked you to answer two questions, Mr. Dale," he said softly. "I ask you now to remember the alternative." They still stood before the door. There was that uncanny silence again. It seemed to Jimmie Dale to last interminably. Neither of the three men surrounding him moved nor spoke. Then the door before him was opened on an unlighted room, and he was led across the threshold. He heard the door close behind him. The lights came on, and then it seemed as though he could not move, as though he were rooted to the spot, and the color ebbed from his face. Three figures were before him: the two men who had carried the glasses from the first room, and the chauffeur who had driven him in the taxicab. The two men still held the glasses. The chauffeur was bound hand and foot in a chair. One of the glasses was empty. The other was still significantly full. Jimmie Dale, with a violent effort at self-control, leaned forward. The man in the chair was dead. End of Part 2, Chapter 3. Recording by Roger Moline.
Part 2, Chapter 4 of The Adventures of Jimmie Dale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Reading by Jacob Cherry. Part 2, The Women in the Case. Chapter 4, The Innocent Bystander. There was not a sound. That stillness, weird, unnerving, that permeated, as it were, everywhere through that mysterious house, was, if that were possible, accentuated now. The four masked men in evening dress, 5 including their leader, for the man who had appeared in that other room with the rabbit was not here, were as silent, as motionless, as the dead man who was lashed there in the chair. And to Jimmie Dale it seemed at first as though his brain, stunned and stupefied at the shock, refused its functions, and left him groping blindly, vaguely, with only sort of a dull subconscious realization of menace and deadly peril imminent hanging over him. He tried to rouse himself mentally, to prod his brain to action, to pit it in a fight for life against these self-confessed criminals and murderers with their mask of culture who surrounded him now. Was there a way out? What was it the Tocsin had said? The most powerful and pitiless organization of criminals the world has ever known? The stake a fortune of millions, her life? There had indeed been no overemphasis in the words she had used. They had taken pains themselves to make that ominously clear, these men. Every detail of the strange house, with its luxurious furnishings, its cleverly contrived appointments, breathed a horribly suggestive degree of power. A deadly purpose and an organization swayed by a mastermind, and grim evidence of the merciless, inexorable link to which they would go was the ghastly white face of the dead chauffeur, bound hand and foot in the chair before him. That empty glass in the hand of one of the men, he could not take his eyes from it, except as his eyes were drawn magnetically to that full glass in the hand of one of the others. What height of sardonic irony! He was to drink that other glass, to die because he refused to answer questions that, for years, with every resource at his command, risking his liberty, his wealth, his name, his life, with everything that he cared for thrown into the scales, he had struggled to solve and failed. And then the leader spoke. "Mr. Dale," he said with cold significance, "I regret to admit that your pseudo-taxicab driver was so ill-advised as to refuse to answer the same questions that I have put to you. 5 to 1, that was the only way out, and it was hopeless. It was the only way out because, convinced that he could answer those questions if he wanted to, these men were in deadly earnest. It was hopeless because they were 5 to 1. And probably there was many more, 2 or 3 times as many more, within call. But what did it matter? How many more there were? He could fight until he was overpowered. That was all he could do, and the 5 could accomplish that. Still, if he could knock the full glass out of the man's hand and gain the door, then perhaps. He turned quickly as the door opened. It was as though they had read his thoughts. A number of men were grouped outside in the corridor. Then the door closed again, with a cordon ranged against it inside the room, and at the same instant his arms and wrists were caught in a powerful grasp by the 2 men immediately behind him, who all along had enacted the role of guards. Again the leader spoke. "I will repeat the questions," he said sharply. "Where is the woman whose ring was found on that man there in the chair? And where is the package that you 2 men had with you in the taxicab tonight?" Jimmie Dale glanced from the tall, straight, immaculately clothed figure of the speaker, from the threatening smile on the set lips that just showed under the edge of the mask, to the dead man in the chair. He had faced the prospect of death before many times, but it had come in the heat of passions accompanying it. It had come quickly, abruptly, with every faculty called into action to combat it, without time to dwell upon it, to sift, weigh, or measure its meaning, and if there had been fear, it had been subordinate to other emotions. But it was different now. He could not, of course, answer those questions, nor, he was doggedly conscious, would he have answered them if he could. And there was no middle course. Death, within the next few moments, stared him in the face, and it seemed curiously irrelevant that, in a sort of unnatural calmness, he should be attempting to analyze his feeling and emotions concerning it. All his life it had seemed to him that the acme of human mental torture was the cell of a condemned criminal, with the horror of its hopelessness, with the time to dwell upon it, and that the acme of that torture itself must be that awful moment immediately preceding execution, when anticipation at last was to merge into soul-sickening reality. Strange that thought should come, strange that he should be framing a brain picture of such a scene, vivid, minute in detail. No, not strange. He was picturing himself. The analogy was not perfect. It was true. He had not had the months, weeks, days, and hours of suspense, but it was perfect enough to bring home to him with appalling force the realization of his position. He was standing as a condemned man might stand in those last, final moments, those moments which he had imagined must be the most terrible that could exist in life, but that dismay of soul, the horror, the terror were not his. There was instead a smoldering fury, a passionate amazement that was his own life that was threatened. It seemed impossible that it could be his voice that was speaking now in such quiet, measured tones. Is it worthwhile? Will it convince you now, any more than before, to repeat that there is some mistake here? I am no more able to answer your questions than you are yourselves. I never saw that man in the chair there in my life until the moment that I hailed him in his cab tonight. I do not know who the woman is to whom that ring belongs, much less do I know where she is. And if there was a package of any sort in the taxicab, as you state, I never saw it. The lips under the mask curved into a lapine smile. Think well, Mr. Dale. The man's voice was low, menacing. Ethically, if you so choose to consider it, your refusal may be the act of a brave man. Practically, it's the act of a fool. Now your answer. I have answered you, said Jimmie Dale, and relaxing the muscles in his arms, let them hang limply for an instant in the grip of the two men behind him. I have no other answer. It was only a sign, a motion of the leader's hand, but with it, quick as a lightning flash, Jimmie Dale was in action. The limp arms tautened into steel as he wrenched them loose, and whirling around, he whipped his fist into the chin of one of the two guards. In an instant, with the blow, as the man staggered backwards, the room was in pandemonium. There was a rush from the door, and 2, 3, 4 leaping forms hurled themselves upon Jimmie Dale. He shook them off, and they came again. There was no chance ultimately. He knew that. It was only the elemental within him that rose in fierce revolt at the thought of tame submission that bade him sell his life as dearly as he could. Panting, gasping for breath, dragging them by sheer strength as they clung to him, he got his back to the wall, fighting with the savage fury and abandon of a wild cat. But it could not last. Where one man went down before him, two remorselessly appeared. The room seemed filled with men. They poured in through the door. He laughed at them in a half-demented way. More and more of them came. There was no play for his arms, no room to fight. They seemed so close around him, so many of them upon him, that he could not breathe, and he was bending, being crushed down by as an intolerable weight. And then his feet were jerked from beneath him. He crashed to the floor, and in another moment, bound hand and foot, he was tied into a chair beside that other chair whose grim occupant sat in such a ghastly apathy of the scene. The room cleared instantly of all but the original 5. His head was drawn suddenly, violently backward, and clamped in that position, and a metal instrument forced into his mouth while his lips bled in their resistance, pried jaws apart and held them open. "One drop," the leader ordered curtly. The man with the full glass bent over him and dipped a glass rod into the liquid. The drop glistened a ruby red at the end of the rod, and fell with a sharp, acrid, burning sensation upon Jimmie Dale's tongue. For a moment Jimmie Dale's animation, mental and physical, seemed swept away from him, as it were, a hiatus of hideous suspense. What was it to be like this passing? Why did it not act at once as it acted on the rabbit they had showed him in the other room? Yes, he remembered. It took more than one drop for a man, and besides, this was diluted. One drop had no effect on a man. It required, good God, one drop even of this was enough? He strained forward in the chair until the sweat in great beads sprang from his forehead, strained and fought and tore at his bonds in a paroxysm of madness to free himself while there still remained a little strength. There was something filming before his eyes, a numbed feeling that was creeping through his limbs, robbing them, zapping them of their vitality and power. He felt himself slipping away into a state of utter weakness, and his brain began to grow confused. A voice seemed to float in the air near him. "For the last time, will you answer?" With a supreme effort, Jimmie Dale strove to rally his tottering senses. Did they not understand the stupendous mockery of their questions? Did they not understand that he did not know? He had told them so. Perhaps he had better tell them so again. He tried to speak and found the words thick upon his tongue. "I do not know." The glass itself was thrust abruptly between his lips. Some of the contents spilled and trickled upon his chin, and then a flood of it, burning fury, poured down his throat. A flood of it, and it needed but 3 drops, and there had been 10 in the glass. So this was death, a hazy, nebulous thing. There was no pain. It was like nothingness. And out of nothingness she came. Strange that she should come. Alone she had fought these fiends and outwitted them for, how long was it? 3 years? She would be more than ever alone now. Pray God she did not finally fall into their clutches. How it burned now, that fatal draw they had forced down his throat, and how it gripped at him and seemed to eat and bore its way into the very tissues. It was the end, and no, it was stimulating him. Strength seemed to be returning to his limbs. It seemed as though he was being carried, as though the bonds about him were being loosened. And now his brain seemed to be growing clearer. He roused up with a startled exclamation. He was back in the same room in which he had first returned to consciousness after the accident. He was on the same couch. The same masked figure was at the same desk. Had he been dreaming? Was this only some horrible, ghastly nightmare through which he had passed? No, it had been real enough. His clothes, rent and torn, and the blood upon his hands, where the skin had been scraped from his knuckles in the fight, bore evidence to that. He must have lost consciousness for a while, though it seemed to him that at no moment, hazy irrational though his brain might have been, had he become entirely oblivious to what was taking place around him. And yet it must have been so. The eyes from behind the mask were fixed steadily upon him, and below the mask there was the hard, unpleasant set to the lips that Jimmie Dale had grown accustomed to expect. The man spoke abruptly. "That you find yourself alive, Mr. Dale," he said grimly, "is no confession of weakness upon the part of those with whom you have had to deal here. To bear witness to that, there is one who is not alive, as you have seen. That man we knew. With you it was somewhat different. Your presence in the taxicab was only suspicious. There was always the possibility that you might be one of those ubiquitous innocent bystanders. Your name, your position, the improbability that you could have anything in common with, shall we say, the matter that so deeply interests us, was all in your favor. However, presumption and probability are the tools of fools. We do not depend upon them, we apply the test. And having applied the test, we are convinced that you have told the truth, that is all." He rose from his chair briskly. "I shall not apologize to you for what has happened. I doubt very much that you are in a frame of mind to accept anything of the sort. I imagine, rather, that you are promising yourself that we shall pay, and pay dearly for this, and that, amongst other things, we shall answer for the murder of the man in the other room. All this will be quite within your province, Mr. Dale, and quite fruitless. Tomorrow morning the story that you are preparing to tell now would sound incredible, even in your own ears. Furthermore, as we shall take pains to see that you leave this place with as little knowledge of its location as you obtained when you arrived, your story, even if believed, would do little service to you and less harm to us. I think of nothing more, Mr. Dale, except—" There was a whimsical smile on the lips now. "Ah, yes, the matter of your clothes. We can and shall be glad to make reparation to you to the slight extent of offering you a new suit before you go." Jimmie Dale scowled. Sick, shaken, and weak as he was, the cool, imperturbable impudence of the man was fast growing unbearable. The man laughed. "I am sure you will not refuse, Mr. Dale, since we insist. The condition of the clothes you have on at present might, I say might, in a measure, support your story with some degree of tangible evidence. It is not at all likely, of course, but we prefer to discount even so remote a possibility. When you have changed, you will be motored back to your home. I bid you good night, Mr. Dale." Jimmie Dale rubbed his eyes. The man was gone, through a door at the rear of the desk, a door that he had not noticed before, that was not even in evidence now, that was simply a movable section of the wall paneling, and for an instant Jimmie Dale experienced a sense of sickening impotence. It was as though he stood defenseless, unarmed, and utterly at the mercy of some venomous power that could crush what would be remorselessly and at will in his might. The place was a veritable maze, a lair of hellish cleverness. He had no illusions now. He labored under no false estimate of either the ingenuity or the resources of this inhuman nest of vultures to whom murder was no more than a matter of detail. And it was against these men that henceforth he was to match his wits. There could be no truce, no armistice. It was their lives or hers or his. Well, he was alive now. The first round was over, and so far he had won. His brow furrowed suddenly. Had he? He was not so sure after all. He was conscious of a disquieting premonitory intuition that, in some way, which he could not explain, the honors were not entirely his. He apparently was a mental reservation, quite alone in the room. He got up from the couch and walked shakily across the floor to the desk. A revolver lay invitingly upon the blotting pad. It was his own, the one they had taken from him after the accident. Jimmie Dale picked it up, examined it, and smiled a little sarcastically at himself for the trouble. It was unloaded, of course. He was twirling it in his hand as a man, masked as everyone in the house was masked, and carried a neatly folded suit over his arm, entered from the corridor. "The car is ready as soon as you are dressed," announced the other briefly. He laid the clothes upon the couch and settled himself significantly in a chair. Jimmie Dale hesitated, then, with a shrug of his shoulders, recrossed the room and began to remove his torn garments. What was the use? They would certainly have their own way in the end. It wasn't worth another fight, and there was nothing to be gained by a refusal except to offer a sop to his own exasperation. He dressed quickly, in what proved to be an exceedingly well-fitting suit, and finally turned tentatively to the man in the chair. The other stood up and produced a heavy black silk scarf. "If you have no objections," he said curtly, "I'll tie this over your eyes." Again Jimmie Dale shrugged his shoulders. "I am glad enough to get out on any conditions," he answered caustically. "Fortunate would be a better word," rejoined the other meaningly, and deftly knotting the scarf, led Jimmie Dale blindfolded from the room. End of Part 2, Chapter 4. Recording by Jacob Cherry.
Part 2, Chapter 5 of The Adventures of Jimmie Dale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Wyatt. The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Part 2, Chapter 5. Was he in the city? In a suburban town? On a country road? It seemed childishly absurd that he could not at least differentiate to that extent. And yet, from the moment he had been placed in the automobile in which he now found himself, he was forced to admit that he could not tell. He had started out with the belief that, knowing New York and its surroundings as minutely as he knew them, it would be impossible, do what they would to prevent it, that in the end of his journey he should be without a clue, a very good clue at that, to the location of what he now called, appropriately enough it seemed, the Crime Club. But he had never ridden blindfolded in a car before. He could see absolutely nothing, and if that increased or accentuated his sense of hearing, it helped little. The roaring of the race car beat upon his eardrums the more heavily. That was all. He could tell, of course, the nature of the roadbed. They were running on an asphalt road. That was obvious enough. But city streets and suburban streets and hundreds of miles of country road around New York were of asphalt. Traffic, he was quite sure, for he had strained his ears in an effort to detect it, that there was little or no traffic. But then it must be 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. And at that hour the city streets, certainly those that would be chosen by these men, would be quite as deserted as any country road. And as for a sense of direction, he had none whatever. Even if the car had not been persistently swerving and changing its course every little while, If he had been able to form even an approximate idea of the compass direction in which they had started, he might possibly have been able, in a general way, to counteract this further effort of theirs to confuse him. But without the initial direction, he was essentially befogged. With these conclusions finally thrust home upon him, Jimmie Dale philosophically subordinated the matter in his mind, and leaning back, composed himself as comfortably as he could upon his seat. There was a man beside him, and he could feel the legs of 2 men on the seat facing him. These, with the driver, would make 4. He was still well guarded. The car itself was a closed car, not hooded. The sense of touch told him. Therefore, a limousine of some description. These facts, in a sense inconsequential, were absorbed subconsciously. And then Jimmie Dale's brain, remorselessly active, in spite of the pain from his throbbing head, was at work again. It seemed as though a year had passed since, in the early evening, as Larry the Bat, he had burrowed so ironically for refuge in Chang Fu's den, from her. It seemed like some mocking unreality, some visionary dream that, so short a while before, he had read those words of hers that had sent the blood coursing and leaping through his veins in mad exultation at the thought that the culmination of the year had come, that all he longed for, hoped for, all his soul cried out for was to be his in an hour. An hour! And he was to have seen her, the woman whose face he had never seen, the woman whom he loved. And the hour instead, the hours since then, had brought a nightmare of events so incredible as to seem but phantoms of the imagination. Phantoms! He sat up suddenly with a jerk. The face of the dead chauffeur, the limp form lashed in that chair, the horrible picture of its entirety, every detail standing out in ghastly relief, took form before him. God knew there was no phantom there. The man beside him, at the sudden start, lifted a hand and felt hurriedly over the bandage across Jimmie Dale's eyes. Jimmie Dale was scarcely conscious of the act. With that face before him, with the scene reenacting itself in his mind again, had come another thought, staggering him for a moment with the new menace that it brought. He had had neither time nor opportunity to think before. It had been all horror, all shock when he had entered that room. But now, like an inspiration, he saw it all from another angle. There was a glaring fallacy in the game these men had played for his benefit tonight, a fallacy which they had counted on glossing over, as it had indeed been glossed over by the sudden shock with which they had forced this scene upon him, or failing in that, they had counted on the fact that his or any other man's nerve would have failed when it came to open defiance, based on a supposition which might, after all, be wrong, and, being wrong, meant death. But it was not supposition. Either he was right now, or these men were childish, immature fools. And whatever else they might be, they were not that. Not a single drop of poison had passed the chauffeur's lips. The man had not been murdered in that room. He had not, in a sense, been murdered at all. The man, absolutely, unquestionably, without a loophole for doubt, had either been killed outright in the automobile accident, or had died immediately afterward. Probably without regaining consciousness, certainly without supplying any of the information that was so determinedly sought. Yes, he saw it now. Their backs were against the wall. They were at their wits' end, these men. The knowledge that the chauffeur possessed, that they knew he possessed, was evidently life and death to them. To kill the man before they had wormed out of him what they wanted to know, or at least until, by holding him a prisoner, they had exhausted every means at their command to make him speak, was the last thing they would do. Jimmie Dale sat for a long time quite motionless. The car was speeding at a terrific rate along a straight stretch of road. He could almost have sworn, guided by some intuitive sense, that they were in the country. Well, even if it were so, what did that prove? They might have started from New York itself, only to return to it when they had satisfied themselves that he was sufficiently duped. Or they might have started legitimately from outside New York, and be going towards the city now. Since the ultimate destination was New York, and they had made no attempt to hide that from him, it was useless to speculate, for at best it could be only speculation. He had decided that once before. The man at his side felt again over the scarf to see that it was in place. Curiously, Jimmie Dale recalled the inward monitor that had warned him the honors had not all been his in this first round with the Crime Club tonight. If they had deliberately murdered the chauffeur because of a refusal to answer, they would have equally done the same to him. Fool that he had been not to have seen that before. And yet would it have made any difference? He shook his head. He could not have acted any better advantage than he had done. He could not, his lips curled in grim derision, have been any more convincing. Convincing! It was all clear now. If the chauffeur had suffered death rather than talk, even admitting the fact that they had more grounds for suspecting the chauffeur's complicity, would his, Jimmie Dale's, mere denial, his choice, too, of death, have been any more convincing, or have saved his life where it had not saved the others? A certain added respect for these men, against whom, until the end now, his victory or theirs, he realized he was fighting for his life, came over him as he recognized the touch of a master hand. They did not know where to find the Tocsin. The package that she had said was vital to them was still beyond their reach. The chauffeur was dead, and he, Jimmie Dale, alone remained. A clue that they had still to prove valid or invalid, it was true, but the only clue in their possession. And gaining nothing from him by a show of force, to throw him off his guard, they had let him go, meaning him to believe they were convinced he knew nothing, and that the episode, the adventure of the night, was, as far as they were concerned, ended, finished, and done with. Time passed, a very long time, as he sat there. It might have been an hour. He could only hazard a guess. Not one of the men in the car had spoken a word. But to Jimmie Dale, the car itself, the ride, its duration, these three strange companions, were for the time being extraneous. Even that sick giddiness in his head had, at least temporarily, gone from him. And so, all unsuspecting, he was to lead them to the Tocsin and fall into the trap himself. His hands, thrust deep in his pockets, were tightly clenched. They were clever enough, ingenious enough, powerful enough to watch him henceforth at every turn, and from now on, day and night, they were to be reckoned with. Suppose that in some way, as it might well have happened, for it was now vitally necessary that she should communicate with him, and he with her. He had played blindly into their hands, and through him she should have fallen into their power. It brought a sickening chill, a sort of hideous panic to Jimmie Dale, and then fury, anger, in a torrent, surged upon him. There came a merciless desire to crush, to strangle, to stamp out this inhuman band of criminals that, with intolerable effrontery to the laws of God and man, were so elaborately and scientifically equipped for their monstrous purposes. And then Jimmie Dale, in the darkness, smiled again, grimly, as the leader's reference to the Gray Seal recurred to him. Well, perhaps, who knew, they would have reason more than they dreamed of to wish the Gray Seal enrolled in their own ranks. It was strange, curious. He had thought all that was ended. Only a few short hours before, he had hidden away all, everything that was incident to the life of the Gray Seal, the clothes of Larry the Bat, that little metal case with the gray-colored adhesive seals, a dozen other things, believing that it only remained for him to return and destroy them at his leisure as a finishing touch to the Gray Seal's career. And now, instead, he was face to face with the gravest, most dangerous problem that she had ever called upon him to undertake. Well, at least the odds were not all in the Crime Club's favor. Where they now certainly believed him to be entirely off his guard, he was thoroughly on his guard. And where they might suspect him, watch him, they would suspect and watch only the character, the person of Jimmie Dale, and count not at all upon either Larry the Bat or the Gray Seal. A sort of savage elation fell upon Jimmie Dale. His brain, that had been stagnant, confused, physically sick with pain and suffering, was working now with its old-time vigor and ease, mapping, planning, scheming the way ahead. To strike, and strike quick, to strike first. It must be his move next, not theirs. And he must act tonight, at once, the moment he was given this pretense of liberty that they had in store for him, before they had an opportunity of closing down around him with a network of spies that he could not elude. By morning, Jimmie Dale would be Larry the Bat, and inhabiting the sanctuary again. And a tip to Jason, his old butler, to the effect, say, that he had gone away for a trip would account for his disappearance satisfactorily enough. It would not necessarily arouse their suspicions when they eventually discovered he was gone, for against that was always the possibility and the quite likely presumption. Where they had succeeded in nothing else, they had at least succeeded in frightening him thoroughly, and to the extent of imbuing him with a hasty desire to put a safe distance between himself and them. And now, with his mind made up to his course of action, an intense impatience to put his plan into effect, an irritation at the useless twistings and turnings of the car that had latterly become more frequent and took hold upon him. How much longer was this to last? They must have been fully an hour and a half on the road already, and the car was stopping now. He straightened up in his seat as the machine came to a halt, but the man at his side laid a restraining hand upon him. The car door opened and one of the men got out. Jimmie Dale caught an indistinct murmur of voices from without, and then the man returned to his seat and the car went on again. Another half-hour passed. That, curbing his irritation and impatience, was filled with the conjectures and questions that anew came crowding in upon his mind. Why had the car made that stop? It was rather curious. It was certainly a prearranged meeting place. Why? And these clothes that he now wore? Why had they made him change? His own had not been very badly torn. The reason given him was, on the face of it now, in view of what he now knew, were mere pretense. What was the ulterior motive behind that pretense? What did this package, that had already cost a man his life tonight, contain? Who was the chauffeur? What was this death feud between the Tocsin and these men? Did she know where the crime club was? Who and where was John Johansson? What was this box that was number 428? Could she supply the links that would forge the chain into an unbroken whole? And then, for the second time, the car slowed down, and this time the man on the seat behind Jimmie Dale reached up and untied the scarf. "You get out here," the man said tersely.
End of Part 2, Chapter 5. Recording by Wyatt.
Part 2, Chapter 6 of The Adventures of Jimmie Dale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Wyatt. The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Part 2, Chapter 6. Had it not been for the stop the car had previously made, for the possibility that he might have obtained a glimpse outside when the door had been opened, the scarf over his eyes would have been superfluous, for now, with it removed, he could scarcely distinguish the forms of the three men around him, since the window curtains of the car were tightly drawn. Nor was he given the opportunity to do more, even if it had been possible. The car stopped, the door was opened, he was pushed towards it, and even as he reached the ground the door was closed behind him, and the car was speeding on again. Where he could not see before, he took now but a glance to obtain his bearings. He was standing on a corner on Riverside Drive, within a few doors of his own house. Jimmie Dale stood for a moment, watching the car as it disappeared rapidly up the drive. With a sort of grim fastidiousness, his brain began to correlate time and distance. Where had he come from? Where was this crime club? They had been, as nearly as he could estimate, 2 hours in making the journey, and as nearly as he could estimate, in their turnings and twistings had covered at least twice the distance that would be represented by a direct route. Granting then an average speed of 40 miles an hour, which was over-generous to be on the safe side, and the fact that they certainly had not crossed the Hudson, which now lay before him, flanking the drive, the crime club was somewhere within the area of a semicircle, whose center was the corner on which he now stood, and whose radius was 40 miles, or 40 yards. He forced a laugh. It was just that, no more, no less. He was as likely to have started on his ride from within a biscuit throw of where he now stood, as to have started on it from miles away. But he aroused himself with a start. He was wasting time. It must be very late, near morning. He would have need for every moment that was left between now and daylight. He turned and walked quickly to his house, mounted the steps, and with his latch-key they had at least permitted him to retain the contents of his pockets when they had forced him to change his clothes, opened the front door softly, and stepped inside, closed the door as silently as he had opened it. He paused for an instant to listen. There was not a sound. The servants, naturally, would have been in bed hours ago, even old Jason. Jimmie Dale smiled. half whimsically, half affectionately, whose paternal custom it was to sit up for his Master Jim, who, as he was fond of saying, he had dandled as a baby on his knee, had evidently given it up as a bad job on this occasion, and had turned in himself. Jason, however, had left the light burning here in the big reception hall. Jimmie Dale stepped to the switch and turned off the light, then stood hesitant in the darkness. Was there anything to be gained by rousing Jason now and telling him what he intended to do? To instruct him to answer any inquiries by the statement that Mr. Dale had gone away for a trip? He could trust Jason. Jason already knew much. More than one of those mysterious letters of the Tocsin's had passed through Jason's hands. Jimmie Dale shook his head. No, he could communicate with Jason from downtown in the morning. He had half expected to find Jason up, and in that case would have taken the other, as far as necessary, into his confidence. He could get in touch with Jason at any time readily enough. Was there anything else before he went? He would not be able to get back as easily as he got out. Money. He shook his head again, a little grimly this time. He had been caught once before as Larry the Bat without funds. There was plenty of money now hidden in the sanctuary. Enough for any emergency, enough to last him indefinitely. He stepped forward along the hall, his tread noiseless on the rich, heavy rug, passed into the rear of the house, descended the back stairs, and reached the cellar. It was below the level of the ground, of course, but a narrow window here, though quite large enough to permit of egress, gave on the driveway at the side of the house that led to the garage in the rear. Cautiously now, for the cement floor was, in the stillness, little less than a sounding board, Jimmie Dale reached the wall and felt along it to the window, the lower edge of whose sill was just slightly below the level of his shoulder. It opened inward, if he remembered correctly. His fingers were feeling for the fasteners. It was too dark to see a thing. He muttered in annoyance. Where were the fastenings? At the sides or at the bottom? His hands began to make a circuit of the sill, and suddenly, with a low, sharp cry, he leaned forward. What did this mean? Wires! No wires had ever been there before. His fingers were working now with feverish haste, telegraphing their message to his brain. The wires ran through the sill close to the corner of the wall. Tiny fragments of wood, as from an auger, were still on the sill, and here was a small particle of wire insulation that, those sensitive fingertips proclaimed, was fresh. A cold thrill ran through Jimmie Dale, and there came again that sickening sense of impotency that the face of the malignant, devilish cunning arrayed against him, that once before he had experienced that night. He had thought to forestall them, and he had been forestalled himself. This could only have been done. They had had no interest in him before then, while they held him at the Crime Club, while he was spending that 2 hours in the car. Was that why they had taken so long in coming? Was that why the car had stopped that time? That those with him might be told that the work here had been completed, and he need no longer be kept away? He edged away from the window, and as cautiously as he had come retraced his steps across the cellar and up the stairs, and then, the possibility of being heard from without gone, he broke into a run. There was no need to wonder long what those wires meant. They could mean only one of two things. That the Crime Club would have little concern in his electric light. They had tapped his telephone. The mains, he knew, ran into the cellar for the underground service in the street. He was racing like a madman now. How long ago, how many hours ago, had they done that? Great Scott! She was to have telephoned. Had she done so? Was the game, all, everything, she herself, at their mercy already? If she had telephoned, Jason would have left a message on the desk. He would look there first. Afterward, he would waken Jason. He gained the door of his den on the first landing, a room that ran the entire length of one side of the house from front to rear, burst in, switching on the light, and stood stock still in amazement. "Jason!" he cried out. The old butler, fully dressed, rubbing and blinking his eyes in the light, with a startled cry rose up from the depths of a lounging chair. "Jason!" exclaimed Jimmie Dale. "I beg your pardon, sir, Master Jim," stammered the man. "I must have fallen asleep, sir." "Jason, what are you doing here?" Jimmie Dale demanded sharply. "Well, sir," said Jason, still fumbling for his words, "it was the telephone, sir." "The telephone?" "Yes, sir. A woman, begging your pardon, Master Jim, a lady, sir, has been telephoning every hour or so, and she—" "Yes?" Jimmie Dale had jumped across the room and had caught the other fiercely by the shoulder.
Yes, yes, what did she say? Quick, man." "Good Lord, Master Jim," faltered Jason. She—" "Jason," said Jimmie Dale, suddenly as cold as ice, "what did she say? Think, man! Every word!" "She didn't say anything, Master Jim. Nothing at all, sir, except to keep asking each time if she could speak to you." "Nothing else, Jason?" "No, sir." "Are you sure?" "I'm sure, Master Jim. Not another thing, but, sir, just as I've told you." "Thank God!" Jimmie Dale said in a low voice. "Yes, sir," said Jason mechanically. "How long ago was it since she telephoned last?" asked Jimmie Dale quickly. "Well, sir, I couldn't rightly say. You see, as I said, Master Jim, I must have gone to sleep, but—" They were staring tensely into each other's face. The telephone on the desk was ringing vibrantly, clamorously through the stillness of the room. Jason, white, frightened, bewildered, touched his lips with the tip of his tongue. "That'll be her again, sir," he said hoarsely. "Wait," said Jimmie Dale tersely. He was trying to think faster than he had ever thought before. He could not tell Jason to say that he had not come in. They knew he was in. It would be but showing his hand to that someone who would be listening now on the wire. He dared not speak to her, or, above all, allow her to express herself by a single inadvertent word. He dared not speak to her, and she was here now, calling him. He could not speak to her, and it was life and death, almost, that she should know what happened. Life and death, almost, for both of them, that he should know all and everything she could tell him. True, it would take but a minute to run to the cellar and cut those wires, while Jason held her on the pretense of calling him, Jimmie Dale, to the phone. Only a minute to cut those wires, and in doing so advertise to these friends the fact that he had discovered their trick. Admit, as though in so many words, that their suspicions of him were justified. Lay himself open to some new move that he could not hope to foresee, and, paramount to all else, rob her and himself of this master trump the Crime Club had placed in his hands, by means of which there was a chance that he could hoist them with their own petard. The telephone rang again, imperatively, persistently. "Listen, Jason," Jimmie Dale was speaking rapidly, earnestly. "Say I've come in, and have gone to bed, in a vile humour, that you told me a lady had been calling, but that I said if she called again I wasn't to be disturbed, if it was the Queen of Sheba herself, that I wouldn't answer any phone tonight for anybody. Do you understand? No argument with her, just that. Now answer." Jason lifted the receiver from the hook. "Yes, hello," he said. "Yes, ma'am. Mr. Dale has come in, but he has retired. Yes, I told him, but, begging your pardon, ma'am, he was in what I might say was a bit of a temper, and said he wasn't to be disturbed by anyone." Jimmie Dale snatched the receiver from Jason and put it to his own ear. "Kindly tell Mr. Dale that unless he comes to the phone now," a feminine voice, her voice, in well-simulated indignation was saying, "it will be a very long day before I shall trouble myself to—" Jimmie Dale clapped his hand firmly over the mouthpiece of the instrument. Thank God for that clever brain of hers. She understood. "Repeat what you said before," he instructed hurriedly. "Then say good night." He removed his hand from the mouthpiece. "It's quite useless, ma'am," said Jason apologetically. "In the rare temper he was in, he wouldn't come. To use his own words, ma'am, not for the Queen of Sheba herself, ma'am. Good night, ma'am." Jimmie Dale hung the receiver back on the hook, and with his hand flirted away a bead of moisture that had sprung to his forehead. "Good Lord, Master Jim, what's wrong, sir? What happened, sir? And those clothes, Master Jim, sir, they aren't the ones you went out in, sir. They aren't yours at all, sir," Jason ventured anxiously. "Jason," said Jimmie Dale, "switch off the light and go to the front window and look out. Keep well behind the curtains. Don't show yourself. Tell me if you see anything." "Yes, sir," said Jason obediently. The light went out. Jimmie Dale moved to the rear of the room, to the window overlooking the garage and yard. "I don't see anything, sir," Jason called. "Watch," Jimmie Dale answered. A minute passed, 2, 3. Jimmie Dale was staring down into the black of the yard. She understood. She knew. Of course. Before she phoned that something had gone wrong tonight, she knew that only peril of the gravest moment would have kept him from the phone and her. She knew now, as a logical conclusion, that it was dangerous to attempt to communicate with him at his home. Those wires, where did they lead to? not far away, that would be almost a mechanical impossibility. Was it into the crime club itself, near at hand, or the basement, say, of that apartment house across the driveway? Or where? And then Jimmie Dale spoke again. "Do you see anything, Jason?" "I'm not sure, sir," Jason answered hesitantly. "I thought I saw a man move behind a tree out there across the road a minute ago, sir. Yes, sir, there he is again." There was a thin, mirthless smile on Jimmie Dale's lips. Below, in the shadow of the garage, a dark form, like a deeper shadow, stirred, and was still again. "What time is it, Jason?" Jimmie Dale asked presently. "It'll be about 4:30, sir." "Go to bed, Jason." "Yes, sir, but—" Jason's voice, low, troubled, came through the darkness from the upper end of the room. "Master Jim, sir, I—" "Go to bed, Jason, and not a word of this." "Yes, sir. Good night, Master Jim." "Good night, Jason." Jimmie Dale groped his way to the big lounging chair in which he had found Jason asleep, and flung himself into it. They had struck quickly, these ingenious, dress-suited murderers of the crime club. The house was already watched, would be watched now untiringly, unceasingly. Not a movement of his henceforth but would be under their eyes. His hands, resting on the arms of the chair, closed slowly until they became tight-clenched, knotted fists. What was he to do? It was not only the crime club, it was not only the Tocsin and her peril. There was the underworld snapping and snarling at his heels. There was the police, dogged and sullen over the trail of the Gray Seal. His life, even before this, in his fight against the underworld and the police, had depended upon his freedom of action, and now at one and the same time that freedom was cut away from beneath his feet, as it were, and a third foe, equally as deadly as the others, was added to the list. For months, to preserve and sustain the character of Larry the Bat, he had been forced to assume the role almost daily, for in that sordid empire below the dead line, whose one common bond and aim was the Gray Seal's death, where suspicion, one of the other, was rampant and extravagant, where each might be the one against whom all swore their vengeance, Larry the Bat could not mysteriously disappear from his accustomed haunts without inviting suspicion in an active and practical form, an inquisitorial visit to his squalid lodgings, the sanctuary, and the end of Larry the Bat. If, as he had thought only a few hours before, he was through forever with his dual life, that would not have mattered. The underworld would have been welcome to make what it chose of it. But now the preservation of the character of Larry the Bat was more vital and necessary to him than it had ever been before. It was a means of defense and offense against these men who lurked now outside his doors. It was the sole means now of communicating with her, for, warned by Jason's words, and what must be an obvious fact to her that their plans had miscarried, that it was dangerous to communicate with him as Jimmie Dale, she would expect him, count on him to make that move. There would be no longer either reason or attempt on her part to maintain the mystery which, heretofore, she had surrounded herself. The crisis had come. She would be watching, waiting, hoping, seeking for him more anxiously and with far more at stake than he had ever sought for her, until now. He got up impulsively from his chair, and, in the blackness, began to pace the room. The next move was clear, pitifully clear. It had been clear from the first. It had been clear even in that ride in the car. It was so clear that it seemed veritably to mock him as he prodded his brain for some means of putting it into execution. He must get to the sanctuary, become Larry the Bat. But how? How? The question seemed at last to become resonant, to ring through the room with the weight of doom upon it. Schemes, plans, ideas came, bringing a momentary uplift, only to be discarded the next instant with a sort of bitter, desperate regret. These men were not men of mere ordinary intelligence. Their cleverness, their power, the amazing scope of their organization, all bore grim witness to the fact that they would be blinded not at all by any paltry ruse. He could walk out of this house in the morning as Jimmie Dale without apparent hindrance. That was obvious enough. And so long as he pursued the usual avocations of Jimmie Dale, he would not be interfered with, only watched. It was useless to consider that plan for a moment. It would not help him to reach the sanctuary without leading them there behind him. True, but there was always the chance that he might shake them off his trail. But he could hardly hope to accomplish anything like that without their knowing that it was done deliberately, and that he dared not risk. The strongest weapon in his hands now was his secret knowledge that he was being watched. That telephone there, for instance, that most curiously kept on insisting in his mind that it, and it alone, was the way out, was the last thing he could put in jeopardy. Besides, there was another reason why such a plan would not do. For granting even that he succeeded in eluding them on the way, and managed to reach the sanctuary, his freedom of action would be so restricted and limited as to be practically worthless. He would have to return to his home here again within a reasonable time as Jimmie Dale, within a few hours at most, or again they would be in possession of the fact that he had discovered their surveillance. That, it was true, and had been his original plan when he had entered the house half an hour previously. But it was an entirely different matter now. Then he had counted on getting away without their knowing it, before they, as he had fondly thought, would have had a chance to establish their espionage, and when they would have no reason to suspect, for a time at least, that he was not still within the house, when they would have been watching, as it were, an empty cage. He stopped in his walk, and after a moment dropped down into the lounging chair again. That was it, of course, an empty cage. If he could escape from the house, not so much without them seeing, that was more or less a mechanical detail, but escape and leave them in possession of a sort of guarantee or assurance that he was still there. That would give him the freedom of action that he must have. He smiled with bitter irony. That solved the problem. That was all there was to it, just that. It was very simple, exceedingly simple. It was only impossible. The smile left his lips, and once more his hands clenched fiercely. No, it was not impossible. It must be done. If he was to win through, if he was to even save himself, it must be done, or fail her. It could be done. There was a way, if he could only see it. End of Part 2, Chapter 6. Recording by Wyatt.
Part 2, Chapter 7 of The Adventures of Jimmie Dale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Reading by Lars Rolander. Part 2. The Woman in the Case. Chapter 7. The Hour. As the minutes passed, many of them, Jimmie Dale sat there motionless, staring before him at the desk that was faintly outlined in the unlighted room. Then, somewhere in the house, a clock struck the hour. 5 o'clock. He raised his head. Yes, it could be done. There was a way. He had the germ of it now, and now the plan began to grow, to take form and shape in his mind, to dovetail, to knit the integral parts into a comprehensive whole. There was a way, but he must have assistance. Jason? Yes, assuredly. Benson, his chauffeur? Yes, equally as trustworthy as Jason. Benson was devoted to him, and moreover, Benson was young, alert, daring, cool. He had had more than one occasion to test Benson's resourcefulness and nerve. Jimmie Dale rose abruptly, went to the rear window, and parting the curtains cautiously, stood peering down into the courtyard. Yes, it was feasible, even a little more than feasible. The garage fronted the driveway, of course, to give free entrance and egress to the cars. But where the wall of the garage and the rear wall of the house overlapped, as it were, the space between them was not much more than 10 yards, and there the shadows of the two walls, mingling, lay like a black, impenetrable pathway, not like that other shadow he had seen moving at the side of the garage, and that, if not for the moment discernible, was none the less surely still lurking there. Satisfied, Jimmie Dale swung briskly from the window, and going now to his bedroom across the hall, undressed and went to bed, but not to sleep. There would be time enough to sleep, all day if he wished. Now There were still the little details to be thought out that, more than anything else, could make or wreck his plans. A point overdone, the faintest suggestion of a false note, by men of the caliber of those against whom he was now fighting for his life were concerned, would not only make his scheme abortive, but would place him utterly at their mercy. It was 9 o'clock when he rang for Jason. "Jason," he said abruptly, as the other entered, "I want you to telephone for Dr. Merlin." "The doctor, sir?" exclaimed the old man anxiously. You're not ill, Master Jim, sir?" "Do I look ill, Jason?" inquired Jimmie Dale gravely. "Well, sir," admitted Jason in concern, "a bit done up, sir, perhaps. A little pale, sir, though I am sure—" "I'm glad to hear it," said Jimmie Dale, sitting up in bed. "The worse I look, the better." I beg pardon, sir," stammered Jason. "Jason," said Jimmie Dale gravely again, "you have had reason to know that on several occasions my life has been threatened. It is threatened now. You know from last night that this house is now watched. You may or you may not have surmised that our telephone wires have been tapped." "Tapped, sir?" Jason's face had gone a little grey. "Yes, a party line, so to speak," said Jimmie Dale grimly. "Do you understand? You must be careful to say no more, no less than exactly what I tell you to say. Now go and telephone. Ask the doctor to come over and see me this morning. Simply say that I'm not feeling well, but that, apart from being apparently in a very nervous condition, you don't know what is the matter." "Yes, sir. Good Lord, sir!" gasped Jason, and left the room to carry out his orders. An hour later Dr. Merlin had been and gone, and had left 2 prescriptions, one written, the other verbal. With the written one, Benson, in his chauffeur's livery, was dispatched to the drug store. The verbal one was precisely what Jimmie Dale had expected from the fussy old family physician. 2 or 3 days of quiet in the house, James, and if you need me again, let me know." "Now, Jason," said Jimmie Dale, when the old man had returned from ushering Dr. Merlin from the house, "our friends out there will be anxious to learn the verdict. I was to dine with the Ross Hendersons tomorrow night, was I not?" "Yes, sir, I think so, sir." "Make sure," said Jimmie Dale. "Look in my engagement book there on the table." Jason looked. "Yes, sir, that's right," he announced. "Very good," said Jimmie Dale softly. "Now go and telephone again, Jason. Present my regrets and excuse to the Ross Hendersons, and say that under the doctor's orders I am confined to the house for the next few days. And Jason?" "Yes, sir." "When Benson returns with the medicine, let him bring it here himself, and I shall want you as well." Jimmie Dale propped himself up a little wearily on the pillow as Jason went out of the room. After all, his condition was not entirely feigned. He was, as a matter of fact, pretty well played out, both mentally and physically. Certainly that he should require a doctor and be confined to the house could not arouse suspicion even in the minds of those alert, aristocratic thugs of the Crime Club, prone as they would be to suspect anything. A man who had been knocked unconscious in an automobile smash the night before, had been in a fight, had been subjected to a terrific mental shock, to say nothing of the infernal drug that had been administered to him, might well be expected to be indisposed the next morning and for several mornings following that. It might indeed even cause them to relax their vigilance for the time being, though he dared build nothing on that. Well, he had only to coach Benson and Jason in the parts they were to play, and the balance of the morning and all the afternoon was his, in which to rest. He reached over to the table, picked up a pencil and paper, and began to jot down memoranda. He had just tossed the pencil back on the table as the 2 men entered. Jason, at a sign, closed the door quietly. Jimmie Dale looked at Benson, half musingly, half whimsically, for a moment before he spoke. "Benson," he said, "the back seat of the large touring car is hinged and lifts up. Once the cushion is removed doesn't it?" "Yes, sir," Benson answered promptly. "And there's space enough for, say, a man inside, isn't there?" "Why, yes, sir, I suppose so, at a squeeze." Benson stared blankly. "Quite so," said Jimmie Dale calmly. "Now, another matter, Benson. I believe some chauffeurs have a habit, when occasion lends itself, of taking, shall we say, their best girl out riding in their master's machines." "Some might," Benson replied a little stiffly. "I hope you don't think, sir, that—" "One moment, Benson. The point is, it's done, quite generally." "Yes, sir." "And you have a best girl, or at least could find one for such a purpose, if you were so inclined?" "Yes, sir," said Benson, "but—" "Very good," Jimmie Dale interrupted. "Then tonight, Benson, taking advantage of my illness, and tomorrow night and the nights after that until further notice, you will acquire and put into practice that reprehensible habit." I don't understand, Mr. Dale." "No, I dare say not," said Jimmie Dale, and then the whimsicality dropped from him. "Benson," he said slowly, "do you remember a night nearly 4 years ago, the first night you ever saw me? You had indiscreetly, I think, displayed more money than was wise in that East Side neighbourhood?" "I remember," said Benson with a sudden start. Then simply, "I wouldn't be here now, sir, if it hadn't been for you." "Well," said Jimmie Dale quietly, "the tables are turned today, Benson. As Jason already knows, this house is watched. For reasons that I cannot explain, I am in great danger. Bluntly, I'm putting my life in your hands and Jason's." Benson looked for an instant from Jimmie Dale to Jason, caught the strained, troubled expression on the old man's face, then back again at Jimmie Dale. "Do you mean that, sir?" he cried. "Then you can count on me, Mr. Dale, to the last ditch." "I know that, Benson," Jimmie Dale said softly. "And now, both of you, listen. It is imperative that I should get away from the house, and equally imperative that those watching should believe that I am still here. Not even the servants are to be permitted a suspicion that I am not here in my bed ill. That, Jason, is your task. You will allow no one to wait on me but yourself. You will bring the meal trays up regularly, and eat the food yourself. You will answer all inquiries, telephone and otherwise, in person. I am not seeing anyone. You understand perfectly, Jason?" "I understand, Master Jim. You need have no fear, sir, on that score." "Now you, Benson," Jimmie Dale went on. "A few minutes ago I sent you out in your chauffeur's togs with that prescription. You were undoubtedly observed. I wanted you to be. It was quite necessary that they should know and be able to recognize you again, to disabuse their minds later on of the possibility that I might be masquerading in your clothes, and also, of course, that they should know who you were and what your position was in the household. Very well. Tonight at 8 o'clock exactly, you are to go out from the back door of the house to the garage. On the way out, it will be quite dark then, I want you to drop something, say a bunch of keys that you had been jingling in your hand. You are to experience some difficulty in finding it again, move about a little to force anyone that may be lurking by the garage to retreat around the corner. Grumble a bit and make a little noise. But you are not to overdo it. A couple of minutes at the outside is enough. By that time I shall be under the car seat. You will then run the machine out to the street and stop at the curb. Jump out, and, as though you had forgotten something, hurry back to the garage. You must not be away long. Enough only to permit, say, a passer-by to glance into the car and satisfy himself that it is empty. You understand, of course, Benson, that the hood must be down. No closed car to invite even the suggestion of concealment. That would be a fatal blunder. Drive then to the young lady's home by as direct route as you can. Give no appearance of being aware that you are followed, as you will be, and much less the appearance of attempting to elude pursuit. Act naturally. Between here and your destination I will manage readily enough to leave the car. You will then take the young lady for her drive. That is what they will be interested in, your motive for going out tonight. And, as I said, take her driving again on each succeeding night. Establish the habit to their satisfaction." Jimmie Dale paused, glanced at the paper which he still held in his hand, then handed it to Benson. "Just one thing more, Benson," he said. "Listed on that paper you will find a different rendezvous for each night for the next 5 nights, excluding tonight, which, after you have returned the young lady to her home, you are to pass by on your way back here. See that your drive is always over in time for you to pass each night's rendezvous at 11:30 sharp. Don't stop unless I signal you. If I am not there, go right home and be at the next place on the following night. I am fairly well satisfied they will not bother about you after tonight, or tomorrow night at the most. But for all that, you must take no chances. So, except in the route you take in going to the young lady's, always avoid covering the same ground twice, which might give the appearance of having some ulterior purpose in view. Even in your drives, vary your runs. Is this clear, Benson?" "Yes, sir," said Benson earnestly. "Very well, then," said Jimmie Dale. 8 o'clock to the dot, Benson. Compare your time with Jason's. And now, Jason, see that I get a chance to sleep until dinner time tonight." The hours that followed were hours of sound and much needed sleep for Jimmie Dale, and from which he awoke only to Jason's entrance that evening with the dinner tray. "I've slept like a log, Jason," he cried briskly, as he leaped out of bed. "Anything new? Anything happened?" "No, sir, not a thing," Jason answered. "Only, Master Jim, sir," the old man twisted his hands nervously, "you'll excuse my saying so, sir, I do hope you'll be careful tonight, sir. I can't help being afraid that something'll happen to you, Master Jim." "Nonsense, Jason," Jimmie Dale laughed cheerfully. "There's nothing going to happen to me. You go ahead now and stay with the servants, and get them out of the road at the proper time." He bathed, dressed, ate his dinner, and was slipping cartridges into the magazine of his automatic when, within a minute or two of 8 o'clock, Jason's whisper came from the doorway. "It's all clear now, Master Jim, sir." "Right," Jimmie Dale responded, and followed Jason down the stairway and to the head of the cellar stairs. Here Jason halted. "God keep you, Master Jim," said the old man huskily. "Good night, Jason," Jimmie Dale answered softly, and with a reassuring squeeze on the other's arm, went on down to the cellar. Here he moved quickly, noiselessly across to the window. Not the window of the night before, but another of the same description, almost directly beneath the one of his den above, that faced the garage and lay in the line of that black shadow path between the two buildings. Deftly, cautiously, without sound, a half inch, an inch at a time, he opened it. He stood listening then. A minute passed. Then he heard Benson open and shut the back door, then Benson in the yard, and then Benson's voice in a muttered and irritable growl, talking to himself, as he stamped around on the ground. With the lithe, agile movement, Jimmie Dale pulled himself up and through the window, and began to creep rapidly on hands and knees towards the garage. It was dark, intensely dark. He could barely distinguish Benson's form, though as he passed the other, the slight sounds he made drowned out by the chauffeur's angry mumblings, he could have reached out and touched Benson easily. He gained the interior of the garage, and as Benson came on again, stepped lightly into the car, lifted the seat, and wriggled his way inside. It was close, stuffy, abominably cramped, but Jimmie Dale was smiling grimly now. Thanks to Benson, there wasn't a possibility that he had been seen. He both felt and heard Benson start the car. Then the car moved forward, ran the length of the driveway, bumped slightly as it made the street, and stopped. He heard Benson jump out and run back, and then he listened intently. and the grim smile flickered on his lips again. Came the sound of a footstep on the sidewalk close beside the car, then silence. The car shook a little, as though someone's weight was on the step. Then the footsteps receded. Benson returned on the run, and the car started forward once more. Perhaps 10 minutes passed. 3 times the car had swerved sharply, making a corner turn. Then Jimmie Dale pushed up the seat and, protected from observation from behind by the back of the car itself, crawled out and crouched down the floor of the tonneau. "Don't look around, Benson," he said calmly. "Are we followed?" "Yes, sir," Benson answered. "At least there's always been a car behind us, though not the same one. They're pretty clever. There must be 3 or 4, each following the other. Every time I turn a corner it's a different car that turns it behind me." "How far behind?" Jimmie Dale asked. "Half a block." "Slow down a little," instructed Jimmie Dale, "and don't turn another corner until they've had a chance to accommodate themselves to your new speed. You are going too fast for me to jump, and I don't want them to notice any change in speed, except what is made in plain sight. Yes, that's better. Where are we, Benson?" "That's Amsterdam Avenue ahead," replied Benson. "All right," said Jimmie Dale quietly. "Turn into it. The more people the better. Tell me just as you are about to turn." "Yes, sir," said Benson. Then, almost on the instant, "All ready, sir." Jimmie Dale's hand reached out for the door catch, edged the door ajar, the car swerved, took the corner, and Jimmie Dale stepped out on the running board, hung there negligently for a moment as though chatting with Benson, and then, with an airy good night, dropped nonchalantly to the ground, and the next instant had mingled with the throng of pedestrians on the sidewalk. A half-minute later a large gray automobile turned the corner and followed Benson, and Jimmie Dale, stepping out into the street again, swung on a downtown car. The road to the Sanctuary was open. In his impatience now, the street car seemed to drag along every foot of the way. But a glance at his watch as he finally reached the Bowery, and, walking then, rapidly approached the cross street a few steps ahead that led to the Sanctuary, told him that it was still but 9:15. But even at that he quickened his steps a little. He was free now. There was a sort of savage elemental uplift upon him. He was free. He could strike now in his own defense and hers. In a few moments he would be at the Sanctuary. In a few more would be Larry the Bat. And by tomorrow at the latest he would see the Tocsin. After all, that hour was not to be taken from him. It was not perhaps the hour that she had meant it should be, thought and prayed, perhaps, that it might be. It was not the hour of victory, but it was the hour that meant to him the realization of the years of longing, the hours when he should see her for the first time, face to face, when there should be no more barriers between them, when "For God's sake, mister, buy a pencil." A hand was plucking at his sleeve. The thin voice was whining in his ear. He halted mechanically. A woman, old, bedraggled, ragged, was thrusting a bunch of cheap pencils imploringly toward him. And then, with a stifled cry, Jimmie Dale leaned forward. The eyes that lifted to his for an instant were bright and clear with the vigor of youth. Great eyes of brown they were, and trouble, hope, fear, wistfulness, and a glorious shyness were in their depths. And then the voice he knew so well, the Tocsin's, was whispering hurriedly: "I will be waiting here, Jimmie, for Larry the Bat." End of Part 2, Chapter 7, The Hour. From The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Read by Lars Rolander. Part 2, Chapter 8. of the Adventures of Jimmie Dale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Reading by Lars Rolander. Part 2. The Woman in the Case. Chapter 8. The Tocsin. It was only a little way back along the street from the sanctuary to the corner on the Bowery, where as Jimmie Dale he had left her, where as Larry the Bat now he was going to meet her again. It would take only a moment or so, even at Larry the Bat's habitual characteristic slouching gait. But it seemed that was all too slow, that he must throw discretion to the winds and run the distance. His blood was tingling. There was an elation upon him, coupled with an almost childlike dread that she might be gone. The Tocsin, the Tocsin, he kept saying to himself. Yes, she was still there, still whiningly imploring those who passed to buy her miserable pencils. And then, with a quick-flung whisper to him to follow, as he slouched up close to her, she had started slowly down the street. The Tocsin, the Tocsin, the Tocsin. His brain seemed to be ringing with the words, ringing with them in a note clear as a silver bell. The Tocsin, at last. The woman who so strangely, so wonderfully, so mysteriously had entered into his life and possessed it and filled it with a love and yearning that had come to mold and sway and actuate his very existence. The woman for whom he had fought, for whom he had risked and gladly risked his wealth, his name, his honor, everything. The woman for whose sake he, the Gray Seal, was sought and hounded as the most notorious criminal of the age. She whose cleverness, whose resourcefulness, whose amazing intimacy with the hidden things of the underworld had seemed, indeed, to border on the supernatural. She, the Tocsin, the woman whose face he had never seen before. The woman whose face he had never seen before, and who was now that wretched hag that hobbled along the street before him, begging, whining, and importuning the passers-by to purchase of her pitiful wares. He laughed a little buoyantly. He had never pictured a first meeting such as this. A hag? Yes, and one as disreputable in appearance as he himself, as Larry the Bat, was disreputable. But he had seen her eyes. Intimable as was her disguise, she could not hide her eyes, or hide the pledge they held of the beauty of form and feature beneath the tattered rags and the touch of a master in the make-up that brought haggard want and age into the face. And dimly he began to divine the source, the means by which she had acquired the information that for years had enabled her to plan their coups, that had enabled him to execute them under the guise of crime, that for years had seemed beyond all human reach. Where was she going? Where was she taking him? But what did it matter? The years of waiting were at an end. The years of mystery in a few moments now would be a mystery no more. Ah, she had turned from the Bowery and was heading east. He shuffled on after her, guardedly, a half-block behind. It was well that Jimmie Dale had disappeared, that he was Larry the Bat again. The neighborhood was growing more and more one that Jimmie Dale could not long linger in without attracting attention, while, on the other hand, it was the natural environment of such as Larry the Bat and such as she was leading him now to the supreme moment of his life. Yes, it was that, the fulfillment of the years. The thought of it alone filled his mind, his soul. It brushed aside, it blotted out for the time being the danger, the peril, the deadly menace that hung over them both. It was only that she, the Tocsin, was here. Only that at last, they would be together. On she went, traversing street after street, the direction always trending toward the river, until finally she halted before what appeared to be, as nearly as he could make out in the almost total darkness of the ill-lighted street, a small and tumble-down, self-contained dwelling that bordered on what seemed to be an unfenced store-yard of some description. He drew his breath in sharply. She had halted, waiting for him to come up with her. She was waiting for him, waiting for him. It seemed as though he drank of some strange, exhilarating elixir. He reached aside eagerly, and then her hand had caught his, and she was leading him into the house, into a black passage where he could see nothing, into a room equally black, over whose threshold he stumbled, and her voice, in a low, conscious way, with a little tremor, a half-sob in it that thrilled him with its promise, was in his ears. "We are safe here, Jimmie, for a little while. But oh, Jimmie, what have I done? What have I done to bring you into this? Only I was so sure, Jimmie, that there was nothing more to fear." The blood was beating in hammer blows at his temples. It seemed all unreal, untrue that this moment could be his, that it was not a dream which was presently to be snatched from him in a bitter awakening. And then he laughed out wildly, passionately. No, it was true, it was real. Her breath was on his cheek. It was a living, pulsing hand that was still in his, and then soul and mind and body seemed engulfed and lost in a mad ecstasy, and she was in his arms, crushed to him, and he was raining kisses upon her face. I love you, he was crying hoarsely, and over again, I love you. She did not struggle. The warm, rich lips were yielding to his. He could feel the throb, the life in the young, lithe form against his own. She was his. The years, the past, all were swept away, and she was his at last, his for always. And there came a mighty sense of kingship upon him, as though all the world were at his feet, and virility, and a great, glad strength above all other men's, and a song was in his soul, a song triumphant, for she was his. "You!" he cried out, and strained her to him. "You!" he cried again, and kissed her lips and her eyelids and her lips again. And then her head was buried on his shoulder, and she was crying softly, but after a moment she raised her hands and laid them upon his face and held them there, and, because it was dark, dared to raise her head as well, and her eyes to look into his. Then for a long time they stood there so, and for a long time neither spoke, and then with a little startled, broken cry, as though the peril and the menace hanging over them, forgotten for the moment, were thrust like a knife stab suddenly upon her, she drew herself away and ran from him, and went and got a lamp, and lighted it, and set it upon the table. And Jimmie Dale, still standing there, watched her. How gloriously her eyes shone, dimmed and misty with the tears that filled them though they were. And there was nothing incongruous in the rags that clothed her, in the squalor and poverty of the bare room, in the white furrows that the tears had plowed through the grime and make-up of her cheeks. "You wonderful, wonderful woman," Jimmie Dale whispered. She shook her head, as though almost in self-reproach. "I'm not wonderful, Jimmie," she said in a low voice. And then she caught his arm, and her voice broke a little. "I brought you into this, probably to your death. Jimmie, tell me what happened last night and since then. I've thought at times today I should go mad. Oh, Jimmie, there's so much to say tonight, So much to do if we are ever to be together for always. Last night, Jimmie, the telephone. I knew there was danger, that all had gone wrong. What was it?" His arms were around her shoulders, drawing her close to him again. "I found the wires tapped," he said slowly. "Yes, and the man you met, the chauffeur?" "He's dead," Jimmie Dale answered gently. He felt her hand close with a quick, spasmodic clutch upon his arm. Her face grew white, and for a moment she turned away her head. "And the package?" she asked presently. "I do not know," replied Jimmie Dale. "He did not have it with him. He—" "Wait!" she interrupted quickly. "We are only wasting time like this. Tell me everything, everything just as it happened, everything from the moment you received my letter." And, holding her there in his arms, softening as best he could the more brutal details, he told her. And at the end, for a little while, she was silent. Then, in a strained, impulsive way, she asked again: "The chauffeur? You are sure? You are positive that he is dead?" "Yes," said Jimmie Dale grimly. "I'm sure." And then the pent-up flood of questions burst from his lips. "Who was that chauffeur? The package? The box numbered 428? And John Johansson? And the Crime Club? And the issue at stake? The danger, the peril that surrounded her? And she, above all, more than anything else, about herself, her strange life, its mystery?" She checked him with a strangely wistful touch of her finger upon his lips, with a queer, pathetic shake of her head. "No, Jimmie, not that way. You would never understand. I cannot." "But I am to know now. Surely I am to know now," he cried, a sudden sense of dismay upon him. 3 years, and always the next time. I must know now if I am to help you." She smiled a little wanly at him as she drew herself away, and dropping into a chair, placed her elbows on the rickety table, cupping her chin in her hands. "Yes, you are to know," she said, almost as though she were talking to herself. Then, with a swift intake of her breath, impulsively: "Jimmie, Jimmie, I had thought that it would be all so different when you came. That I would have nothing to fear for you, for me, because it would be all over. And now you're here, Jimmie, and oh, thank God for you. But I feel tonight almost as though it were hopeless, that we were beaten." "Beaten!" he laughed out defiantly. Then, playfully, soothingly, to reassure her: "Jimmie Dale and Larry the Bat and the Gray Seal and the Tocsin beaten! And after we have just scored the last trick!" "But we do not hold many trumps, Jimmie," she answered gravely. "You have seen something of this Crime Club's power, its methods, its merciless, cruel, inhuman cunning, and you, perhaps, think that you understand. But you have not begun to grasp the extent of either that power or cunning. This horrible organization has been in existence for many years. I do not know how many. I only know that the men of whom it is composed are not ordinary criminals, that they do not work in the ordinary way today. They set the machinery of fraud, deception, robbery, and murder in motion that 10 years from now, and perhaps only then, will culminate in the final success of their schemes. And they play only for enormous stakes. But," her lips grew set, "you will see for yourself. I must not talk any longer than is necessary. We must not take too much time. You count on 3 days before they begin to suspect that all is not right with Jimmie Dale. I know them better than you, and I give you 2 days, 48 hours at the outside, and possibly far less. Jimmie," abruptly, "did you ever hear of Peter LaSalle?" The capitalist? Yes, said Jimmie Dale. He died a few years ago. I know his brother Henry well, at the club and all that. Do you? She said evenly. Well, the man you know is not Peter LaSalle's brother. He is an impostor and one of the crime club. Not Peter LaSalle's brother? Jimmie Dale repeated the words mechanically, and suddenly his brain was whirling, vaguely, dimly, in little memory snatches. Events, not pertinent then, vitally significant now, came crowding upon him. Peter LaSalle had come from somewhere in the West to live in New York, and very shortly afterward had died. The estate had been worth something over 11 millions, and there had been... He leaned quickly, tensely forwards of the table, staring at her. "My God," he whispered hoarsely. "You are not... You cannot be the daughter? Peter LaSalle's daughter who disappeared strangely?" "Yes," she said quietly. "I am Marie LaSalle." End of Part 2, Chapter 8, The Tocsin, from The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Read by Lars Rolander.